Okay. We are. Okay, we're live on YouTube and we're live on TikTok. Let me just. Okay. I think we're all good. Mm. Okay. Let's wait a second to see if any people hop on here. Khan Academy, so true. Everyone who's hopping on, make sure you guys double tap the screen. Again, we can only do debates if MAGA people see this and then request to hop on. So there's a higher likelihood of that happening, the more people that see it. So make sure you're double tapping the screen over on TikTok. I am also live on YouTube. If someone wants to do me a favor and go over and check YouTube real quick to make sure that my audio is working over there. Pine, why did you want to join? Let me know why you want to join, and I'll let you hop on. I am looking for debates right now, specifically on Trump. If we don't get any debates, then we'll switch over to just covering some of the news. Okay. 25% chance this guy's about to hop on and say the N-word. Hey, how old are you?
Doing drugs.
What? Yeah, so that was pretty much case in point of the fact that there's no one normal left in MAGA, especially anyone who wants to debate. American Advocate, I see you in the requests. What did you want to debate about? And Leo's presence. Okay. How old are you?
26.
And you like Trump?
He's a good president, and anyone saying otherwise is not aware of the material reality of what America is.
Material is it a material reality to you that 170 U.S. citizens have been detained by ICE so far this year, many of whom can't call a lawyer?
That sounds like America.
That's a good thing or a bad thing?
It sounds like America.
Is that a good thing or a bad thing?
It's a good thing for America, bad thing for humanity.
It's a good thing for America for American citizens to be detained without access to a lawyer?
Yeah, yeah, it is.
Okay, I feel like you're trolling, so unless you actually want to
Oh,
debate
I'm
why
not
Trump is
trolling.
good,
I'm just saying Donald Trump is a good American president, and this is what Americans are. He is who Americans are.
I really don't buy that when he's never won a majority if the vote and his approval rating right now is like 37%, but
He won the plurality of votes,
true.
and he is who Americans are on the global stage.
Oh, in terms of our representative, sure, but I don't think the average American is in line with Donald Trump.
I mean,
He is hated.
he's there.
He is there. He is hated on every single, even on immigration. Now he's underwater, so people don't like what they're seeing here.
Well, they say one thing.
Okay. Anyone here want to debate actually who likes Trump and wants to debate in favor of Trump? We have Nick and American Advocate in the requests. How the Democrats are not the same party anymore. I guess we can debate that if it relates to Trump. Hey, how old are you?
Uh, I'm 23.
Say it again.
23.
I feel like I just heard you chuckling. Are you here to say the N-word or troll?
No, this is coughing.
Just coughing. Okay. Do you think Trump is good?
Well, I wouldn't say, he's necessarily good, but I think the Democrats are just a disaster party now.
Oh, I know who you are. Do we have any real Trump supporters? Who is Millie? Millie can request if Millie wants to debate. I don't know who Millie is. Nick has a question. Does anyone here want to debate and think that Trump's a good president, or is that too much to ask now? Is that not a thing anymore? Trump the GOAT. Okay. Why do I even bother? Hey, how old are you?
27.
You think Trump is good for the country?
Definitely.
Okay. How do you feel about the fact that 170 U.S. citizens have been detained so far in less than a year, many of whom
How's
can't
that
call a
Trump's
lawyer?
fault? How's
Because
that
he
Trump's
gave
fault?
directives to ICE to crack down on
No,
the
he
quota
didn't. No, he
systems?
didn't.
Yeah, he did.
He didn't tell them to do that, did he?
He
Nope.
gave them an order to do crackdowns and quota systems, which results in like less specific policing.
So doing crackdowns in your mind is detaining American citizens.
Did you just hear the words that came out of my mouth, or do I have to repeat them?
Yeah, they're dumb, and it had nothing to do with Trump.
When you set a quota system in place and you stop vetting people when you arrest them, that's going to lead to people who are asylum seekers, green card holders, and citizens getting caught in the crossfire.
Yeah, Trump didn't do that, though. That's not his policy.
Stephen Miller's
that,
policy,
right?
who runs immigration for Trump, right?
And that's not Trump, is it?
Is
Stephen
this,
Miller,
wait, is
that's
this
a
actually your
separate
argument
guy.
that Stephen Miller is some random guy who Trump doesn't know who he is and he's just making the immigration policy? And, you know, you might be right in that Trump's cognitive decline is so bad. He's just sitting there rotting away while Stephen Miller runs the country.
I think that's you projecting.
I think you haven't given me a single argument to anything I've said so far. So
Well, you didn't prove anything. You just said 100, but you don't have any sources.
over 170 is from
Yeah,
ProPublica.
back it up, bro. Back it up.
From
Come on, man.
ProPublica. That's the source. And if you compare it from 2015
Left
to
wing.
2020,
That's left wing, bro.
they
Come on.
literally have sources for every single case they bring up, including court documents. From 2015 to 2020, the total number of U.S. citizens detained by ICE was 120. Over 5 years, in 10 months alone, it's over 170 in the U.S.
Trump doesn't agree with that.
I'm not asking if he agrees with that. It's because of his policy change this is happening.
No, it ain't.
It is. You can just say, nuh-uh, nuh-uh.
And you could just say yaha, but you have nothing
No,
to
I
back it
gave
up,
you.
so you're in the
There's a
same
Washington
boat.
Post
You're
article
in the same
specifically
boat.
detailing Stephen Miller's directives to ICE, telling them to start cracking down on people. Just go to Home Depot, go to 7-Eleven, stop making suspect lists.
Oh,
That's
dude, you're
obviously
just
what's
so
gonna
full
happen.
of it. You're just so full of it, bro. That's not even believable. You got that off a TikTok video,
No,
didn't you?
Stephen Miller has admitted this. I don't know why you're running cover for stuff that they don't even deny they're doing.
And yet you're saying Stephen Miller. That's not Trump's policy. Come on, dude.
Who is
At least
Stephen
be
Miller? Just some
real.
random. Are you trolling?
No, I'm just trying to get to the bottom
The
of it.
average
You don't
MAGA
have
person is like, Stephen Miller, Pam Bondi. Who are these people? Just random people
MAGA
doing
is a
random
slogan.
things. Like,
You
come
know,
on.
MAGA is just a slogan, right? It's not a group of people.
This
You
is
know
correct.
that,
Or
right?
you can respond to anything that just came out of my mouth, or you're just gonna keep saying nah.
I'm just saying, MAGA isn't a group; it's a slogan. So I don't know why you're using it as a group.
It
Oh,
refers
MAGA
to a
doesn't
group
know
of
this.
people.
Well, first
Most
of all,
people
that's a
know what I'm
campaign
talking about.
slogan.
Most people know what I'm talking about when I say the MAGA crowd.
Yeah, because that's what Democrats call them. Because you guys just have a
Yeah.
low IQ.
We have a low IQ.
Yeah, Trump isn't destroying America. I mean, the GDP's at 3%, inflation's at 3%, unemployment's low. I mean, he's doing great things.
He's literally hiding the inflation numbers and the unemployment numbers.
Oh,
Why?
Dude, I don't follow
why are you-
conspiracy theories, bro.
No, it's not a conspiracy theory. It's just
The
a fact
government
that
was shut
they
down.
don't
You
release.
realize that, right?
Even after that, they're delaying the release of a lot of these numbers they easily could release. And when private parties, and hold on, you're smart. I'm not letting you pivot away from the immigration thing. Why are you okay with Trump's immigration policy?
What immigration policy?
You almost got me to pivot along with you, but we're not running away from that yet. Cracking down on people who are asylum seekers and again citizens and green card holders.
That's not his policy.
Someone said he just trolls. He was kicked off too. You do seem like a troll because either you're a troll or you're not engaging in good faith. I don't know which it is.
I'm sorry, I'm not biting your liberal TikTok talking points that
Okay,
you
so you're a
still
troll.
haven't backed up. Why can't you just back it up on the big screen, man?
I literally told you sources for everything I've said so far, and you just said no.
I can just say too, like, no, that didn't happen, and my source is ACLU.
Except you're lying. Okay, so you are trolling then.
Trump permanently cut
It's a
your
good
taxes,
effort.
bro.
It's a good effort. I mean, I'll be honest. The only way to defend Trump nowadays is to just say, "Nuh-uh, not real."
Well,
not
democracy
True.
chose Trump.
Okay. You want a
Kamala
cookie?
lost.
You want a gold
Kamala
star?
lost 6 million Democrat voters compared to Joe Biden. So maybe you should blame yourself. Why didn't you vote
Am
for the
I
black
Kamala
lady?
Harris?
Why didn't you vote for the black lady?
I voted for Kamala Harris. Why are you calling her black lady?
Because 6 million Democrat
Why are you
voters
calling her
lost.
the black lady? What is that?
Because compared to a white racist Joe Biden, he got 81 million. She only got 75 million. Where did the other
What
6
is the
million
bearing of
Democrats
black
go?
lady in this conversation?
You guys didn't want the black lady. Democrats did not want a
No,
black lady
Democrats
as
voted
president.
for her.
That's why 6
Independents
million
didn't.
stayed home.
Independents didn't turn out for her, and low propensity voters broke for Trump, including working class Hispanic men and black men. So, if you want to talk about the election, we can. Do you want a
Well,
cookie? Do you want,
55% of
do you want a
Latinos
gold
voted for
star? Do you
Trump.
want a round of applause? Like, what do you want here?
55% of Latinos voted for Trump.
Again, they're they're leaving in droves. If you look at what just happened in the elections in Virginia and New Jersey and New York a couple
They're
of weeks
leaving
ago.
in droves. Yet he
Yes.
just gained 2
All of
million
those-
voters.
All of those gains he made in 2024 have been wiped out if you look at the gubernatorial elections of Spanberger and Mikey Sherrill. So again, if you want to talk about elections, I can say good job, buddy. You get a gold star, you get a cookie. Trump finally won more votes for the first time in the 3 general elections he's run in. Very proud of you. Now, do you actually want to defend anything happening?
I was
in the
just saying
country
how
or his
Kamala
presidency?
lost 6 million Democrat voters is my
Okay,
point, not that Trump
Super
won.
cool. You dunked on Kamala
She
Harris.
wasn't a
She's
good
nowhere to be
candidate.
seen. She's not the president. Why aren't we talking about Trump?
I mean, she is still making herself president, so, and Joe Biden's a
So
loser.
why are
you
you
know?
so concerned with this when Trump is president right now?
Just like how when Biden was president, all you guys talked about was Trump. Same thing. I'm just going to talk about
No,
Biden and
the only one who
Obama.
was crying about Trump during Biden was the people saying, "Oh,
Biden's inflation
political
destroyed the
persecution,
economy.
political persecution. They're going after Trump because he committed crimes. Oh my God!" That's why we talked about Trump, right? He was
Well,
being
Biden's
indicted.
inflation destroyed the economy,
It
so we can
wasn't
talk
Biden's
about it.
inflation. There was inflation around the world. I don't know if you were paying attention. To
Yeah,
macroeconomic
Biden's
indicators.
own policy fueled inflation. Can you acknowledge that?
Maybe like 0.25% of the inflation. The majority of the inflation was supply limits. You're talking
This
about the
is 2 to
American Rescue
4%.
Plan. Our inflation rate recovered before any other G7 country. So
Well, that's not true. We could just look at Japan or Italy, so that debunks you right there.
again, every other G7 country we outperformed them in terms of our macroeconomic
No, you didn't.
indicators.
Japan always had lower
We did.
inflation. You just repeating what Joe Biden told you. How embarrassing is that? Why don't you
I'm
just look
repeating.
it up?
There's been independent studies on this. If you just want to keep every argument you give me so far is nuh-uh. So
Well, you could look it up
Like,
on
what is
Statistia
Biden's
where they do
inflationary
G7
policy?
inflation rates.
what is Biden's inflationary policy in your mind?
They
The
do
American
inflation rates by G7, and Italy
is-
and Japan
what
always
is
had lower
Biden's-
inflation. You just
what is
got only your
Biden's-
Democrat talking points.
What is
That's all you got.
What is Biden's pro-inflation policy?
What policy fueled inflation?
Yeah.
Well, you named it, the American Rescue Plan.
How did that fuel inflation?
He passed a stimulus while we had a 4% positive GDP. He doesn't know what the fuck he's doing.
No, that stimulus bill sped up our unemployment recovery by 2 years, according to the CBO.
But why did he pass a stimulus to boost GDP if the GDP
He
was
passed
already at
stimulus to
4%?
recover unemployment, and it worked spectacularly.
And yet it fueled inflation because we had a positive GDP.
Right. I don't know if you're familiar with macroeconomics. Anytime you're doing stimulus, you have two choices. Either you can have low inflation, slow job recovery, or quick job recovery and a little bit higher inflation. And he picked the latter. Obama picked the forward. He also got bullshit for that. Obama had a much slower jobs recovery. He had much lower inflation. All the right wingers still said, "Oh, what a bullshit recovery." So you're damned if you do, damned if you don't. Right? Biden did the other way of doing it, and you're still complaining about that. Did you like Obama's
Well,
stimulus?
Obama put kids in cages, so I don't care about Obama.
Why are you pivoting from economic policy to immigration?
Well, you brought up Obama. I'm just wanting to say that I don't care about
We're
the kid
talking about
caging.
stimulus. If you want to
I
pivot,
don't care
you
about
can
the
pivot.
kid caging Obama. Who
Why are you
cares,
pivoting?
bro?
Why are you pivoting?
Why did Obama put kids in cages?
Anytime you delve into economics with a Trump supporter, they immediately want to jump back to immigration. Again, why are you pivoting? Do you prefer Obama's stimulus or Biden's stimulus?
Well, Biden's stimulus fueled inflation.
And he sped up. Do you understand the inverse relationship between employment and inflation? Like the Phillips
What was
curve?
only for 72 hours? No, he put kids in cages regardless of how long it was. You
I
people are
understand
disgusting.
you have your Fox News script or whatever. Do you know like the Phillips curve? when
Actually, I
you're-
got that
when
from
you're doing
ACLU. Nothing to do
stimulus?
with Fox News.
That's fantastic. It's just a complete change in subject. So if you want to get to immigration after,
I mean,
we
but
can.
you're talking about
You brought
Obama, so
up
I just wanted to
inflation.
say, like, hey, man,
Yeah,
that piece of
Obama's-
shit put kids in cages.
Yeah, I'm talking about Obama's stimulus bill. If you want to talk about inflation and jobs, we can do that.
Yeah, Biden passed a stimulus with a
Heard you the
recovered
first time.
GDP.
Heard you the first time.
So that's what. Do you let other people talk, or are you just going to keep going?
If you're
Or
going to
what?
keep repeating yourself, I'm not going to let you talk. I'd like you to respond to what I'm saying.
What are you saying?
That there's two ways you can do stimulus. Either you can have slow jobs recovery with low inflation or quick jobs recovery with higher inflation. So if you don't like Biden's stimulus, that would mean you have to prefer Obama's.
That's pretty fucking random.
Nope, it's directly
Is
addressing
this
what you
the
just said.
hill you're dying on? All I said was Biden fueled inflation. You said how, I
I'm-
explained it,
I'm
then you said,
addressing-
okay, but you could have it either this way or this way.
Yeah, that's how stimulus works. If you want to talk about
Yeah, how come
macroeconomic
we did-
recovery, then we can, but you can't just keep
What
saying
about with
nuh-uh.
Trump? But what about with Trump? We didn't get that inflation. We just got a boosted GDP.
Yeah, because he did it at the beginning of the recession. Biden did it at the end of the recession. Do you understand anything about macroeconomics? Obviously,
No,
the
he
curve
did
is
it
gonna be
after the
flattened.
recession.
No,
No,
we're
he
still
did
in
it
the
after.
The unemployment rate was extremely high when he did it. So
You know, the COVID-19 recession
are you going to
ended
not
under
address?
Trump.
Everyone watching has seen I've made the same point
Because
like 30
what you're
times.
saying is incorrect.
He doesn't understand host.
The
Yeah, it
recession
seems like
ended-
it's no use
The
to give him
recession ended
facts.
under Trump. The
Guest
recession
has-
ended under Trump. How about you
Has
use
some
Google?
real kindergarten energy. Again, I'm going to tell you what I've been saying. Biden
You
sped
can
up
just
our
keep repeating the same
yeah,
bullshit
Biden
over and
sped
over
up our
again,
jobs
but then
recovery by 2
the recession
years.
ended under Trump. You know that, right?
Biden
The
sped up our jobs recovery by 2 years with the American Rescue Plan.
COVID-19 recession, and
You're going to address
it
that?
ended
The
under
jobs
Trump. You just
recovery?
can't understand
Just
anything,
address
can
that.
you?
Just address that. Don't run. It's a very concise point, very acute point there.
Well, I'm just proving you wrong because the COVID-19
You haven't
recession
addressed
ended
what I
under
said.
Trump.
You're not proving anything.
It ended under Trump, not Biden.
I'm going to repeat myself a million times, right? I'm going to
Yes, you
keep
said
I'm going to
Joe
keep
Biden.
muting you if you keep
Yes,
doing
you
this.
said Joe
Biden
Joe
sped
Biden
up our
passed
jobs recovery by 2
the end
years.
of the recession, but
Address
he inherited a
that point.
recovery.
Address that point. It's a simple point.
I mean, is this what you do? You just mute people over
Just
and over
address the
again?
point. I won't mute you then. Address the point. Go ahead.
Which point?
Biden's American Rescue Plan sped up our jobs recovery by 2 years.
Okay. Okay. I don't care.
You don't care.
What does that have to do with anything?
The efficacy of the American Rescue Plan being a good thing.
Well, it fueled inflation, so therefore it's a bad thing.
And I just told you employment fuels inflation. So obviously, when unemployment goes down, inflation goes up typically.
Well, no, it fueled inflation because he passed a stimulus with a positive GDP.
You can keep saying your talking point, but address what I'm saying.
Yeah, and everything you said is complete bullshit.
Nope, it's basic macroeconomics. When you're doing
You
stimulus,
said Trump.
when
You
you're
said
doing
Biden
stimulus,
passed a
when
stimulus.
you're doing stimulus, you can either have
Here we
slow
go.
employment recovery with
Eating
low
like a faggot
inflation.
nigger.
Okay, yep.
Faggot, faggot,
See,
faggot.
they have no argument. That's the mask off moment. That's the average right-wing person, by the way. Sometimes it's better to let these people talk and let the American people see, right? If you notice recently, MAGA has gotten really confident. Where they just now are openly radical, extremist, racist, anti-Semitic, incoherent economic policy, and they I think that they won some landslide victory in 2024, which they didn't, and they're getting super confident, and now they're losing elections. Now Trump's approval rating is almost as low as it was after January 6th. That's why Mikey Sherrill and Abigail Spanberger are winning by double digits in their races. So. Keep saying the N-word. Keep saying that you want horrible economic policy and see how many elections you win. Be my guest. Although don't say the N-word. Actually, don't say the N-word. We have Andrew33, Willet, Nick, and user549 something something. All of you guys let me know in the comments what you want to debate. If you guys are enjoying the live, I am also live on YouTube as well. You can go watch on YouTube. It's in the link tree in my bio. And if you're enjoying the live, you can donate through PayPal, Cash App, or Venmo, also in my link tree. Andrew33, Willet, what did you want to debate? Immigration? Okay. Hey, how old are you?
Hello?
Yeah, hello, how old are you? You're not in the call anymore?
No, I am. You hear me?
Yep.
All right.
So I'm guessing you disagree that Donald Trump is destroying America?
I mean, I think he's making it great, man.
He's making it great.
Yeah.
Is it great for 170 U.S. citizens to be detained by ICE and not allowed to call a lawyer or their own family?
Of course, get them out.
U.S. citizens, get them out.
Yeah, fuck, if
Yeah.
not U.S. citizens, but
I'll repeat what I said. I said 170 U.S. citizens have been detained by ICE so far this year. Many
I
cannot
see it,
call
like,
a lawyer.
wait, can I see a credible source?
Yeah,
Yeah, pull it up, buddy.
sure.
Pull it up, soft hands.
You're trolling, or is that all
No,
you wanted
no,
to say
no.
at this point?
No, I'm being serious. Pull it up.
Okay. Let's switch over to our other thing. Let's see.
So we're talking. We're fucking watching Yahoo. Seriously.
It's a ProPublica article.
170 U.S. citizens, and it's
It's if you wanna exit and rejoin, it's not letting me switch my scene on TikTok Live. I can have a better.
no, it's all good.
layout.
It's all good. I don't believe the stat, but we'll stick with it.
You don't believe the stat because you don't like the stat.
No, I just don't think they're still detained. All it says was they got sweeps.
I never said they were still detained. Them being detained at all is unhinged.
So if they're not detained, they obviously could talk to their lawyer.
No, they were detained. They're not still detained. I mean, do you understand that?
I mean, yeah, fucking 24-hour release. What the fuck you need to talk to your lawyer
Many
about?
of them
for
were held for days
fucking-
and couldn't call a lawyer. And again, it's interesting. You don't know the case I'm talking about, but notice how you immediately go into defense mode without knowing the case. You're like, this must be fake. There must be a good reason for this. This is called TDS, Trump Devotion Syndrome, where without doing your own research, you're like, oh, there's no way Trump could have done something bad. There must be a reason for this. It's like very blatant, very obvious.
All right, but do you think like mass immigration is good for America?
I don't know what mass immigration means.
Like open borders.
No, and I'm not familiar with any elected Democrat who supports open borders, so I don't know why you bring that up.
I mean, Joe Biden had an open border.
No, he didn't.
He didn't?
No.
Look it up.
You want me to look up how the border encounters started going up under Trump and then Biden inherited that from Trump? You want to go over that graph?
No. Look up how many Mexicans came into America during Joe Biden's
Wait,
term.
is this an issue about like I want an efficient immigration system or an issue of like I don't want Mexicans in my country? Because let's just be honest about why you don't like immigration before we debate it.
I just don't. They're fucking have them come and do crime.
They commit crime at lower rates than U.S. citizens, and they contribute $90 billion a year annually in taxes. I'm going to ask you again, do you just want like a more efficient immigration system, or do you just not like Mexican people?
No, I think a good system will work, but what steps will we take? What do you think would make a good immigration system?
Reforming the asylum process, hiring more immigration judges, making it easier to come in legally, like Democrats have been wanting to do for years now, and Trump sabotaged their plans?
And how did Trump sabotage their plans?
By calling Mitch McConnell and Mitt Romney and James Lankford and telling them, hey, don't vote for this bipartisan bill because it's going to make me look bad.
So you think like having immigration into our country is a good thing?
In general, yeah.
So what about like the people that do all the bad things here?
Obviously, no one wants criminals in our country. Like,
So
literally
look,
no
hey,
one wants that.
Hey, buddy, listen to me. Salt and sugar look the same. So if we don't let none of them in,
Yeah.
we won't have no problems.
Salt and sugar look the same. And how is it that these criminals look? What are you trying? Just say it. Just say it.
Foreigners in general.
Foreigners.
Yeah,
What does
boy.
that mean? Do you say that equally about people from Sweden, people from Mexico, or is there something different about the Mexican people than the Swedish people?
I mean, yeah. Look at where the Mexican people come from. Look at how their countries ran. Then look how Sweden's ran.
You think we should run America more like Sweden?
No, not directly more like Sweden, but look at their crime rate.
Okay, okay. We pick and choose. We like Sweden because it's white people and not because they have social democracy. I understand.
Or maybe it's because of the crime rate.
You know why they have a low crime rate, right?
Because it's only white people.
Because they invest in social services.
Because it's only white people.
You think white people are genetically just not going to commit crime, or how does that work?
I mean, fuck. Go look at all the majority white countries and look at the crime rates.
Hold on, are you even white?
Are you asking if I'm white just based on my accent? That is racism right there.
No, I'm asking if you're white because you seem like a white supremacist. I'm trying to see if you actually are one of those people.
Motherfucker. Do you look at my fucking profile?
Yeah, it's like a tiny square on my screen. I don't know why you're so triggered by a very straightforward question. Are you a white person or?
Yes, I'm white, motherfucker. That's what the fuck. You
realize that
fucking
it's such a sensitive subject for you.
you fucking Democrats just fucking
Democrats?
You fucking,
Oh, are you trolling or what?
no, I'm
You're
not
just
fucking
actually a white
trolling, motherfucker.
supremacist? This is the median MAGA voter, by the way. Everyone who's watching, average Trump supporter. This is what they believe. So, feast your eyes and your ears. Anything else you'd like to add before I kick you?
I mean, I fucking whooped your ass in the debate and you're gonna kick me?
In the debate? Okay, I'll make you a deal. I won the debate, you won the debate. Okay, I don't know what the debate is, but cool. Okay, if you're enjoying the live, make sure you double tap the screen. Make sure you follow up above. I am also live on YouTube as well. We're dual streaming over there. If you are enjoying the live, you can help out on Cash App, PayPal, and Venmo, all in the link tree in my bio. I'm going to open up my YouTube live chat as well while we're doing this real quick, so I can respond to those comments. Audio good. He's a troll. Okay, we have that open as well. Everyone in the guest requests, let me know what you want to debate. User 5, whatever, what topic did you want to debate? How old are you?
Hello?
Yeah, how old are you?
24?
And do you disagree that Trump is destroying America?
Yes, I disagree.
Why is that?
I would first say I'm actually a moderate, but I think I differentiate myself from people like the last person that was on,
Sure. Can you
where I'm not.
define what you mean by moderate real quick?
I believe in some social democracy
Okay,
and
base.
policy, but I am more conservative when it comes to economic policy.
Social democracy is like economically progressive, though.
Yeah, but I'm arguing against. If you let me get into it, I can
Sure.
kind of
Go for it.
So I'm against the. I think Mandami is a threat because of his socialism policies. I think a public health care. I think a public health care plan in this country would make coverage worse.
Okay,
And
cool. Let's just start on those two. Why is Mamdani a threat?
I think because he's trying to integrate socialist policies into a city like New York, who's
What
capitalist.
socialist policies do you think Mamdani is going to implement over his term?
I think he wants to freeze rent and
You know what that? Can you explain what you mean by freeze rent there? Because people oftentimes don't even understand this policy.
freezing rent would not allow landlords and property owners to continue to increase rent prices year over year
Where?
on the houses that they own.
This only applies to rent stabilized units, which they don't even make new rent stabilized units. So they're all built, I believe, the 70s and 80s. And it's not that they stop paying rent; it's that the increase in their rent is paused. So you're correct about that. While he's doing that, he wants to massively increase housing supply, which puts downward pressure on home prices and rents. He just announced his housing transition team, and there are a bunch of very, very good people in there who are going to be able to fix our housing market. So, how is freezing rents temporarily for rent stabilized tenants and then also massively increasing housing supply, which even Trump gave him credit for, why is that a bad thing? How's it socialist?
I just think that I kind of ask. I'm trying to understand more from the perspective of the argument that investors will leave a city like New York and go invest
Investors will
somewhere
come
else.
more, right? Because he's actually reforming zoning laws to make it easier to build more high density housing. If you're
Isn't
if
that
you're a
a
developer,
Republican? Isn't that a Republican policy?
it's a
Reforming
Democrat
zoning
policy.
laws?
I mean, there's some bipartisan consensus on it, but the people that are talking about maintaining the character of my neighborhood, don't build more houses, that's usually socially conservative people.
Gotcha. I was also curious about your stance on the healthcare.
Yeah, I think universal health care would be great. I think it would solve a lot of our problems.
Do you think it's a realistic thing in the next couple of generations? Like,
Oh, in the next couple of generations, for sure. Like, you mean by like 2100? Yeah.
yeah, I just
Yeah,
think
it's cheaper,
I've
more
seen.
efficient, covers more people.
I just think that, like, if you look at Obamacare, for example,
Uh-huh.
while it did give subsidies to like the like bottom of
And also the
the
lower middle class.
right, but the people that weren't eligible for these subsidies in the middle class were also, they raised their premiums and made healthcare more expensive for them. So that's why I don't necessarily, unless you have like a universal healthcare for
Sure.
like
Well,
everyone,
Obamacare,
I
number
don't think.
one, on average, it didn't actually raise premiums. It depends on what plans you're talking about because it put in a lot of requirements for what plans have to offer you. I mean, it's called the Patient Protection and Affordable Care Act, right? So people often gloss over the patient protection part, which is stuff like you have to cover pre-existing conditions, things along those lines. The individual
I get,
mandate,
yeah, I get
which
you have
Trump
to
got
be,
rid of.
I get, yeah,
And
I
just
get
to
you have to be.
clarify real quick, Obamacare is not a single payer. It's not even a public option. It's an individual mandate system, which requires people to buy private insurance and then subsidizes people who are like lower middle class and before. And it subsidizes that by sharing the cost. The reason premiums are going up now is because Trump actually got rid of the individual mandate, which was the main funding mechanism of this plan. And even Obama admits this is like a stepping stone towards universal single payer Medicare for all. So this is like,
Gotcha.
intermediate step.
Yeah, I think I don't disagree that it wasn't a stepping stone. I think it's, when you say like it didn't hurt middle class Americans, it didn't help everyone. So while it may have helped like the people who really needed healthcare. It
Sure.
also hurt everyday workers. So
If
like, that's why I
yes,
don't
if
really.
you're a young, healthy, well, if you're like 23 years old and you're making 300K a year and you didn't have insurance before because you're like super healthy, then I guess you were marginally hurt by the individual mandate. But I think that's probably a worthwhile sacrifice to make. That healthy and young people and low risk people and wealthier people are paying slightly more into the system. I mean, I believe the Affordable Care Act cut the uninsured rate in half. That's just objectively an amazing thing.
Right. Yeah, and I would call that like democratic policy. Yeah, but
Yeah.
kind of what I want to touch on more was like, what's your stance on like socialism itself? Because I see socialism as a form of communism. And
We might
I was
have very
curious.
different definitions of socialism then. Socialism is
I
when the
think
means of production
no,
are
I
socialized,
understand.
and
I
then
understand that.
communism
I just
is
think
different.
I understand that, but I think socialism can lead to a communistic society, and I don't think that's what America was.
Sure. I
That's
mean,
what.
I think the theory of socialism in the Marxist view is that it leads to communism eventually. But even the American politicians that call themselves democratic socialists aren't even really socialists. They're more social
Yeah.
democrats.
No, I hear you. Yeah.
Like,
I just
typically
think.
a
I just think.
socialist
Yeah.
wants that you have like workers running companies as opposed to owners and CEOs and boards, right? So these are
Right.
like
I just
worker
my
cooperatives
yeah.
or maybe state ownership.
My argument against that, like I get what it is. It's just I think if you um have like an equal piece of the pie for everyone, it does hurt incentive to. I think it'll hurt incentive to work in this country.
Sure,
Like
I don't. No one's arguing for like an equal piece of the pie for everyone. These
that's
people
not
are
true.
arguing
That's
for
not true.
stronger unions, higher taxes, universal health care.
All right. Well, then you're more.
No, that is the democratic socialist policy platform, infrastructure
Right, but
projects.
I've talked to even yesterday I talked to someone that was extremely progressive and like literally supported communism.
That's
He
fine.
was like,
That's not me, and that's not a single elected Democrat in this country at all.
all right, okay, then that's a good thing.
And
I
just to be
just that's
clear,
kind of
most
what
of those communists and socialists, they hate me. They hate the Democrats. They think I'm like a neoliberal or whatever. Like these
Yeah.
are not people that are voting or running for office. They're only crying on Twitter. And I don't
That's
really
good to
talk
hear,
about them
'cause-
very often because the extremists that have power in this country are not the tankies. It's the fascists. They're in the White House.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's kind of the fascists are on the other end of the scale, so I think it's
On the
talking about
left?
something different. No, on the
Okay.
right. Like the,
Okay.
I think like that's why I'm kind of in the middle with a lot of these issues because like I can look at a lot of the policies that Trump has and say like I don't support this, but
Do
like
you support any of his
I also
policies?
do I support any of his policies?
Yeah.
I'm not in favor of his the way he's doing immigration, but I do think that there needs to be some punishment for coming into this country illegally.
Sure. And by the way, Democrats.
More than just a misdemeanor is what I'm saying.
What do you mean punishment though? Like, should people be put in jail for multiple years for just crossing the border?
Especially if they have a criminal record. Yes.
Okay, if they have a criminal record, true, right? Like everyone agrees, if someone comes in here undocumented, commits a crime, sentence them and or deport them. No one's arguing that. What Trump is doing is going after like asylum seekers who are documented, right? Or people with temporary
Yeah,
protected
but
status.
I get that as far as the policy, but when you have open borders, like we kind of saw with the border crossings in the last administration,
We didn't have open borders.
we did.
No.
You can look it up.
This is a common misconception. The reason we had an influx of people coming into the country, it actually started, by the way, under Trump. Biden inherited that situation. Don't take my word for it. Trump shows an immigration chart at all of his rallies. He says, I love this chart. And it literally shows that the number started spiking in April of 2020, and we all know who was president in April of 2020. It's so bad that on his own graph, Trump says Trump leaves office April of 2020 because he doesn't want to take credit for the last few months of his own term where this started happening. And the reason it happened is because people were showing up to the border, they were claiming asylum, and we didn't have even close to enough asylum judges. So what's happening is these people are waiting in the country sometimes for 1 year, 2 years, 3 years just to see an immigration judge and have their asylum case decided.
Right.
If we had more judges,
yeah.
that could be quicker.
No, yeah, I agree with that, with what you just said. I think our when you're trying to become a citizen is way too long. And
Yes.
it's, like that. I agree with that. I'm just saying, I think it is a lie when you say that the number of border crossings under the last administration wasn't a problem. And while I don't agree with the solution that Trump's
There
doing,
was a
well,
problem. I'm just saying it's
okay,
not that
well,
Biden
you just
opened
said
the
it was a
borders.
lie.
Well, yeah, because calling that open border is when you have no border enforcement, you have no border, right? A lot of these people came to a port of entry and they're checked in, they're documented in the court system, right? If you sought asylum, you're a documented asylum seeker. You pass a credible fear interview and you're put into the system. You schedule a date, right? So the reason I have an issue with this is like a lot of times I hear MAGA saying illegal immigrants, illegals, aliens.
First of all, I'm not MAGA though.
I understand that, right? I'm not saying you are, but a lot of times the image people have conjured up is like there's all these people sneaking past the border like no one saw them come in. No, the vast majority of those people are presenting themselves to Border Patrol and seeking asylum. Now it's true that they were in a lot of cases, like in New York and other places, like you had a large concentration of these people. They didn't have work authorization. They were just
right. That's
kind
what
of
I'm getting at.
Right.
Yeah.
So the answer to that is maybe let them work, let them pay taxes, and hire more judges so that they're not waiting for 2 to 3 years to see a judge, right?
Yeah, I just think they're like kind of what you're hitting on, like some of the points, but like if there was a happy medium between the two, like that's something I could get in favor of, if that
I'll
makes
just
sense.
say, I think 90% of Americans actually agree on immigration policy, and Trump has created false division here. So if I tell you everyone who comes in undocumented and commits a crime should be sentenced and or deported, depending on the severity of the crime, anyone who comes in seeking asylum should very, very quickly see a judge. If the judge decides they have a valid claim for asylum, they get to stay. If the judge decides not, they get deported. When we deport people, we treat them humanely. We don't feed them food with maggots in it. We don't beat them up. We let them call a lawyer if they want to seek a lawyer. People are treated humanely. You have an efficient system. Criminals get deported. Everyone else gets their fair day in court, in terms of immigration court. I think everyone agrees with that.
I don't disagree with anything you said, but I disagree with that everyone agrees with that, because
I think everyone, you can look at
I
polls
do
on
not.
this. When you
I
actually
don't think
poll on the issues, most people agree like asylum is fine. Coming here to seek asylum is totally okay. And that's who we're talking about when we say like illegals and aliens usually.
Yeah, I mean, I think you're just being a little naive to the fact that there are a lot of criminals that come over the border, and
There aren't.
then something. I disagree with that stance.
I mean,
But-
just numerically, it's not the case. It's why under Trump, because they weren't able to arrest all these supposed criminals, they started going after non-criminals and asylum seekers.
All right, but nonetheless, I think you should. I get the process is too long, but you should be coming into this country the correct way. And if
That's
if
what
you
I'm
don't,
saying is a lot of people that get labeled illegal immigrants are coming
They're
in the
illegal.
correct way.
but that's illegal.
No,
in
it's
my
not.
opinion.
They come to a port of entry, they claim asylum, they pass a credible fear interview, and only if they pass that interview are they scheduled for an immigration court date.
Right, you're talking about the people who are actually doing it correctly, not about the people who are
is
just
like
coming over
literally-
undocumented.
That is literally like 40 to 60% of the people we're talking about when we say, look how many people came in under Biden.
Okay,
So,
that 40 to 60% is not a large number to me. The other 40%
half or more.
is okay, but you see that my issue, like the other 40 to 60%, I think that's a major problem.
No one's against deporting people that like didn't follow the rules though. Like,
I think
Democrats
some-
support that.
I think a lot of progressives are, and you only see that on the Democrat side.
You can look at public polling on this. I see people in the comments saying, I don't believe they're speaking for me. I'm speaking for public polling I've seen on this, where most people want a fair and just and efficient immigration system where you can show up to the border. If you're in fear for your life or anything else, there's a process to evaluate the credibility of your fear. And then if you pass that process, you get to stay. If not, you have to wait in line to come in legally. And if you commit a crime, you get deported. I think this is like very common sense. I think everyone agrees with this.
Yeah, I mean, we agree on the same idea, but you said it yourself that only 40 to 60% of this actually happens, so that's a problem.
No, that 40 to 60% is who Trump is going after, right? So like we can talk about people who are gotaways, right? Gotaways are people who sneak past the border, right? That's who I think we're talking
Yeah.
about, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, the number of gotaways is like pretty low, like because first of all you have to take into account that like let's say like around half, even if we round down like 40-ish% are like asylum seekers, then another large group is like overstayed visas, right? And then the third group there is gotaways who are sneaking past the border. I think everyone agrees, including all Democrats, that gotaways should be detained and deported.
Gotcha.
And Democrats proposed this legislation in 2024. They were going to sign it with Republicans, bipartisan, and then Trump called Republicans in the Senate and said, hey, don't vote on this legislation because it makes me look bad. I need to be able to run on immigration.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Yeah, I honestly, I think we're on the same page there, but
Okay.
I do think, like, the other point I wanted to bring up, like, I'm a 24-year-old, I'm white, like, I'm not MAGA, I'm not I believe in immigration. I'm not
Okay.
like that kind of stuff. But I think the radical left kind of paints this picture on people like me where I'm not actually the way they think I am. And I think that's a cancer to American society.
I don't think that just because you're like a young white man that the average person on the left is gonna insult you for that. I think what you're seeing is that people are
Not the average
complaining.
person, not the average person. The I mean the radical left. I
But
think
here's my issue with that, right? When we talk about like the radical left, 9 times out of 10, this is like 50 to 100 people who are very loud on Twitter, very loud in TikTok comment
it's
section.
not 50 to 100 because I'm I'm not going to get into like my religion and everything, but
Yeah.
I've experienced a lot of things myself because of my religion.
Sure. Well,
And
that's horrible. And no one should experience that. I'm just saying, like, when we're talking
and
about like
the
elected
people
officials and
who's
voters,
yeah, no,
it's
I
not
hear
really
you.
a
But
thing.
the people who are coming after me is the radical left. So I there's a lot of situations in my
Would you
college and even
concede that the radical right is a bigger issue in this country than the radical left in terms of just how much power they have and what they're doing and what they want to do?
I think I wouldn't compare the two. I would say that they're both issues and they
But my
I'm not
issue here is like when we talk about the radical left, I'm assuming you're talking about like legitimate communists and stuff, right?
yeah, and like that and like
That's like a
the Free
very, very
Palestine movement.
small. Well, I'm a part of the Free Palestine movement. I don't think that's radical at
I
all.
don't I'm no, I don't disagree that like Palestine should be freed. It's just I think that a lot of people on the radical left don't acknowledge that Hamas is literal terrorists.
Sure, but again,
Um,
the group you're referring to, like pro-Hamas, pro-communism, is such a
yeah,
tiny group, and they seem bigger than they are only on social media. And like, oftentimes you
yeah,
hear like it's a small but loud group. The radicals that I'm worried about are the ones that are in the White House, right? That are actively breaking the law and violating people's constitutional rights. Now, sure, are there some unhinged left people on social media who should shut up? Yeah, but like when I'm thinking about radicalism in this country, I'm not thinking about the pro-Hamas communist on Twitter. I'm thinking about the president of the United States who's a fascist.
gotcha. I hear you. Yeah, I mean that's kind of what I'm afraid this country's going to keep drifting to, and I think the Democratic Party is getting farther left. Whether you agree with me or not, that's the way I
The
feel.
polling like doesn't like the average Democratic voter and Democratic politician is like mildly progressive and center left. Like there are no communists who are elected Democrats, and I promise you, communists are not voting for Democrats. Communists hate Democrats. They hate me. They hate all these people.
Yeah, I just think like the common conception that like I support capitalism, that means I believe in billionaires, that I believe in the wealth gap and all that. Like
No, I don't think
that's
that's
not
true.
me. I just think that America was founded on capitalism, and I think the system does work.
Sure,
And y-
most Democrats also believe in some form of capitalism. They just want well-regulated capitalism, which is social democracy, where you have basically you have a floor built in, right? Like no one falls beneath
yeah,
this floor. Everyone gets health care, everyone gets education, everyone gets a place to live. Like these very basic things. You can have markets for shoes and hoodies and cars, but when it comes to like the necessities of life, Democrats just want to have those provided to everyone.
gotcha. So like some form of like social capitalism, you
Sure,
think could
I think
work?
that
Like
the proper term is like social democracy. Social capitalism also makes sense, but yeah.
yeah, I just don't think that's democracy. If you're like if you get too far into socialism, I don't think if you give
Social
um
democracy is just the name of the economic system from the like Nordic countries, like
gotcha,
Sweden, Norway.
gotcha.
Yeah,
Yeah, I think I mean I acknowledge the wealth gap and all that kind of stuff. It's just like I don't think anyone like Elon Musk should have as much money as he does. Like I
sure.
tax the shit out of him, sure, but when
Are you
you
voting
give
in 2028?
yeah, of course,
Will you vote for the Republican or the Democrat?
I will need to. I don't have an answer for that yet.
Sure, but can I make a case for you why I don't think Republicans should be elected to anything for at least the next couple decades?
Sure.
I mean, the Republican Party, I mean, would you agree they've like fully fallen in line behind Donald Trump? Like they went
Yeah,
from,
but
after January 6th, they hated him. People forget this. They all condemned him and now they love him again.
yeah, but he's not going to run in 2028. So
Sure, but I think he's going to interfere with elections, right? I mean, we have reason to believe that when he
all right, well
tried to
that
do a
remains to be
coup.
seen.
I mean,
That
he
remains
tried
to
to
be
do a
seen.
coup in 2020, so why wouldn't he try it again?
Right, but he was the candidate. That's the difference.
Sure, but he's the one in power.
Right now, yes.
Yeah.
So
And he's said that he has his intelligence agencies looking
I don't.
into the elections, which is like we know what
Okay,
that
yeah,
means with Trump.
that's not what I'm here to talk about. But I'm not saying you're wrong. It's just that's not.
I'm
I
just
know
making
that.
the case that Republicans are like a very radical, very extreme far right party that should not be
Okay,
winning
but
any
I
power
want to
nationally.
see. If I'm voting for, say, JD Vance versus Bernie Sanders, I'm picking JD Vance. I'm sorry, but
Why?
I think Bernie Sanders is too progressive.
But Bernie Sanders would at least follow the law. But JD Vance has said the president should defy courts.
Uh, you're picking like a specific point, and it's not that I
That's a
disagree
pretty
with
big point. It's like checks and balances, right? Like the courts are supposed to check the president.
Yeah, and I understand that. It's just I think some of these candidates coming out of the left are way too progressive these days. And when you asked me who I'm going to vote for, I said I don't know, but I want to see who the candidates are
Sure. So
and the campaign that they're running.
That's fair. Let's flesh out the Bernie Sanders versus JD Vance comparison, or maybe let's
All right,
say
that was just an
AOC.
example.
Sure.
That was
Let's
just an
say
example.
progressive, Democratic, social, whatever. AOC Bernie is a Democratic nominee versus JD Vance on the right. Like when we're talking about a JD Vance presidency, we're talking about like breaking the law left and right,
All right.
violating
How
people's
about
rights. What is Bernie going to
you
do?
can use someone else other than JD. How about Nikki Haley?
Well, Nikki Haley is a totally different breed of Republican than JD Vance.
And if she was on the ticket, she would have my vote in 2 seconds.
Why? Her economic policy would still be atrocious compared to Bernie.
But unlike you just said, she follows checks and balances.
Right, so
And
this is
she's-
like Republicans that do the bare minimum of not breaking the law explicitly, but are still have horrible economic policy, horrible social policy. I'm saying that what Trump and JD Vance represent is all the stuff already wrong with Republicans, plus like criminal and corruption.
All right. Well, I don't think I don't think the Democratic side presents that much. Like you could talk about
What's your fear
Sure.
of a Bernie Sanders or AOC presidency?
leaning more towards socialism.
But like, what would materially take place under an AOC presidency where you're like, oh, this is too far?
It goes against the ideas of what this country was founded on, and I'm allowed to be a patriot.
Party animal, you can you can hate me and stuff, but just don't spam or you're gonna get muted or blocked. Again, like when we're talking about material, like what would you see happening from over a Bernie Sanders AOC presidency? We're like, oh no, America's over now.
I don't have the answer to that. I mean, you asked me
You
who.
can guess. Like, is it a policy they would pass?
And I know we talked about a bunch of issues already. Like
Yeah.
I get it. I don't know. I would need to see what their campaign is.
I'm trying to think of like why in any
Listen,
situation.
I voted for Biden in 2020.
That's great.
So
man. I just don't understand how there's a question between Nikki Haley and like AOC, for example.
what's wrong with Nikki Haley?
She's a foreign policy hawk. She wants to start more wars. She's extremely pro-Israel. When it comes to her domestic policy, she believes in the same supply side trickle-down bullshit of like, let's cut taxes for the wealthy and gut our social safety nets. I mean, these are things that make life worse for the working class. They decrease access to healthcare, access to education. They don't invest in infrastructure. They don't invest in anything that's actually productive. They just focus on making life easier for capital owners and investors.
Gotcha.
Right. Whereas Bernie's going to do what? Like expand healthcare access, fund education more, invest more in like renewable energy stuff, all good stuff.
Yeah,
And like,
I
I don't know
don't
where
know.
you stand on Gaza, but Bernie says this is a genocide. We should actually stop sending weapons to Israel. And Nikki Haley is like, no, I'm Israel's #1 biggest fan.
well, it's a tricky topic, but because I think that the Palestinian people are being held captive by their own government, and I also think that Israel has the right to defend itself. So, if you want to,
But I
if
mean,
you
what
want to ask
about
me,
like the genocide that Israel's been committing?
I mean, how'd the war start?
You mean how did the genocide start?
How did the conflict start?
Why would that be relevant to justifying a genocide either way? Like even if something horrible, why would that justify a genocide then?
Are you denying that Hamas is killing Palestinian
No,
people
I
too?
hate Hamas. Like I'm not a pro
Okay,
Hamas
then
person,
as long
right?
as you can say that, then we
But
can have a
it just-
conversation.
it's
Because
weird to me when we focus all of our attention on Hamas, which is like some guys with guns who like I don't like them, versus like a very robust military that has been committing genocide for years at this point.
all right, yeah, but I'm
The power difference there is like
right. But if you're Israel, what do you do? Because do you sit back and let Hamas
if
keep
you're
attacking
Israel,
you.
what you do should started back in the 20th century, which should be
All right,
like
well,
not
that's
expanding your territory, right? Like starting this conversation on October 7th is like a very arbitrary place to start it,
of
which
course, yeah,
ignores a
of
lot of the
course,
context of
of course.
the intifadas, the
We don't
Nakba,
need to
like
get it. I agree with you.
yeah.
I just think where it stands right now, if Israel wants to exist, they have to fight back. And I
But
don't.
what about Palestine existing, right? Because Israel has a
If
sovereign state, and
Palestine
Palestine doesn't.
if Palestine wants to exist, and I think they have a right to, then
Yeah.
they need to get their fucking corrupt government out of the state
What
who
about
took over
Israel's
in two.
corrupt genocidal government?
Okay, but you're deflecting onto
No,
Israel.
the
Why
issue
can't?
that I have, I'm not deflecting. The issue is like we're holding these people who are like living in rubble with no food to extremely high standards of governance that we're not holding the developed country of Israel to,
Well,
which
because
has
Israel,
a lot more firepower, a way more advanced economy, way more like
course.
a better standard of living.
this is why you're making my point. Israel has a government that allows for this stuff. When Hamas took
stuff?
over, I mean, innovation, technology, power to its people.
Shouldn't
like,
they be held to a higher standard in how they conduct themselves on the world stage and like, hey, don't do genocide?
Sure, but that doesn't offer a solution to what's going on
I
in the
think
Palestinian
it does
state.
when like their homes are just rubble now, right? Like by the way, like yeah, Hamas hate them, get them out, whatever. Like I agree with you on that.
It's not whatever because they're running the country.
But like Hamas isn't the group that destroyed all the hospitals and the schools and the homes. Hamas isn't the group that has killed tens of thousands of people and potentially hundreds of thousands more in terms of like indirect deaths and malnutrition and health issues and
All right, well, what
trauma.
happened-
Like
If Israel doesn't defend itself, what happened less than 100
that's not
years ago?
defending yourself though.
What happened less than 100 years ago?
What are you referring to? Lots of things have happened.
The fucking Holocaust, where 6 million Jews died.
Yeah.
If Israel wants to avoid something like that again, don't you think they have to fight back?
What if fight back means genocide? Then no.
All right, well,
If fight back meant, by the way, that they send in special ops and they take out like a couple of Hamas leaders in Qatar or something, that's a different conversation, right? It's like a precise strike on the orchestrators of an attack. Killing tens of thousands of civilians and children and stuff and doing like psychological warfare on them. Like you understand that like Israel literally sends drones over refugee camps and the drones play audio of crying babies and screaming women in the middle of the night to lure people out of their tents. And the second someone runs out of their tent, they get shot. This is not self-defense. This is like really weird, sadistic stuff.
and not that I disagree with that. It's just, have you seen the videos of Hamas shooting its own civilians as well in the fucking back of the head?
Are you talking about the ones that happened like right after the ceasefire?
No, all throughout the war.
Because, by the way, I agree Hamas oppresses its people. I don't support that. But also, a
Okay.
lot of the people that Hamas unalived after the ceasefire were people from like the popular forces that were like Israeli-backed proxy groups that were
Yeah.
stealing food from people. So like,
And these kind of conversations, like, I'm willing to have, but when, like, the radical left is in support of Hamas, like, it's hard
but
to have
that's
that
like not
conversation.
that's such a small,
It is real.
irrelevant
It is-
group.
it
They
is
don't
very
vote.
real.
They don't have
I-
any political power. They're
I
just,
very disagree with that. It's a very real thing, and it's becoming more and more apparent on
these
the left.
people hate the Democratic Party. These people say, "Oh, both parties are the
They
same." I
hate
the
America.
Democrats.
They hate America.
Sure, but they're not the
That's a
average
problem.
left winger in the country, or even close to it.
I think the left has gone more towards that direction than they have.
Than the right.
Yes.
No, but on the right, the radical is the president of the United States. On the left, there's not a single elected Democrat who's a communist. Not one.
All right. Well, we'll agree to disagree on that one. But
No, but that's not an opinion. That's a descriptive fact of reality. There's not a single elected Democrat who says I'm a communist. If you poll the Democratic electorate or just Americans in general, I guarantee you the percentage of Americans that identify as communist is like maybe 3% tops. This is not a major group here. They have no political power in terms of elected office.
All right, well,
they don't
they
vote
are
for
a-
Democrats. They don't vote for
they
anyone.
are a
They hate
very-
voting.
they are a very loud minority, and they make the Democratic Party look really bad.
I don't think that's the Democrat. They hate the Democratic Party.
Well, they hate Trump. They don't.
Dude, no.
they don't-
Every single like tanky communist person thinks I'm a fascist because I like vote in elections. Like that's who these people are.
No. I don't believe that. But I mean, I can tell by the way you talk that you have a mind of your own. But these people are like literally crazy.
The thing is, like, I feel like I don't know what media you consume, but like this is what Fox News and the Daily
CNN.
Wire and Tucker Carlson. This is what they want America to think that like this one
I-
tanky
listen,
who is an
I don't
asshole
even-
to you on Twitter is the average
I don't
Democrat.
even watch Fox News. So
Sure, I'm just saying that
but-
the media environment right now is primed to act like the left is full of a bunch of communists, and then also downplay the fact that, again, the radicals that are dangerous in this country are MAGA, and they run everything in the Republican Party. They have elected
Well, I
office.
think
They're the voters.
I think political violence in general has taken another step, and that's on both sides. So I just
Sure,
think
but even there, right? Like the Democrats condemn political violence. The Republicans
no, they do
encourage
not.
it.
No, they do not.
They do.
That is so wrong.
I'm sorry, that's not true. Listen, after Charlie Kirk got unalived,
they don't-
let me finish.
don't say-
after Charlie
they
Kirk
don't-
got unalived, within a few hours, every single prominent Democrat, Joe Biden, Kamala Harris, Barack Obama, Zoran Mamdani, Elizabeth Warren, Bernie Sanders, Cory Booker, AOC, every single prominent Democrat immediately said, "This is tragic and horrible." Meanwhile, what does Trump do? He pardons these people that commit political violence. He pardons them. He doesn't condemn them.
All right, but when you're the mayor of New York and you call Trump a fascist and you say what did the Democrats campaign on, that he's a threat to democracy?
They were right
the
to
American
call him
people,
that
The
and say
the
that.
American people didn't. The American people disagreed with that and they voted for him anyway. So
Hold
when
on.
you make these claims, it fuels political
If
violence.
someone does fascistic stuff, what are we supposed to call them then?
It fuels political violence.
So are we supposed to lie about what these people are?
No, you don't have to use
And
that.
just by the way, Trump called Biden and Harris fascists and scum and communists and the enemy from within.
I said it's on both sides. But I just think
it's just a non-issue
both are-
on
both
the
are-
Democratic side and a massive
oh,
issue
it's
on the
very
Republican
true.
side.
You're lying to yourself then.
No, I'm giving you
I-
facts. Like, I'm not even making an opinionated case here. What
I think-
elected Democratic official says I support political violence? None. Zero.
All right, but it's
Like, I'm
I
sure you
think-
can find a tanky on Twitter who's like, yeah, kill them all. They probably want me dead too. That's not
all
anyone
right. So why
who is relevant.
Why do I have to, you're talking about just the elected officials. Why can't I
and,
look
and
at
the
peop-
voters and the voters.
No, all right. If you're talking about the voters, then you're wrong.
Okay, let's just be clear. Do you think that like communists are like voting for Chuck Schumer and Hakeem Jeffries? You think they like Democrats?
No, probably not.
They hate some of these. By the way, some of these communist tanky types, they hate Democrats more than they hate fascists. So like these are not the Democratic electorate. The Democratic electorate is either working class like union people, or it's like suburban moms and stuff. It's not like a college kids who are like planning the overthrow of the U.S.
Oh, it is.
government.
No, it is. That's where you're wrong. It is college kids.
That are
the-
plotting the overthrow of the U.S. government.
They are fed to believe these ideas. And if I don't know how old you are, but
24.
I was on. This is what I'm. What are you?
24.
20. You're 24.
Yeah.
Oh, so am I. Yeah, I mean, you're lying to yourself if you don't think these institutions
What's
are.
the
they're-
lie?
That you don't think that.
Do we agree
Um,
that there are more elected Republicans than elected Democrats who support political violence? Let's just start with that and we'll move out to other categories. This is
I
not
mean-
a tough question. I'm sorry.
With a louder voice, sure.
No. Like Trump, for example, right? He pardons people who
I
are
said with a louder voice. I agree
not
with
just
you.
voice. Like this is actual action. This is like legal action. They're pardoning people. Like, you know, Trump just pardoned someone who threatened to kill an FBI agent. You know why he pardoned them? Because she was a January 6th rioter.
I think also they're the ones that are also in the government right now, so you're going to hear them talk.
No, but
and they're
did Biden pardon anyone convicted of like a violent political crime?
no, but Biden didn't exist for the last 2 years.
Sure, did anyone in his administration pardon these people? Did Obama pardon? Like, no
I
president
don't know
has
who- I
pardoned
don't know-
someone like this.
We don't know who was running the administration, so
That's not even relevant in this question.
it's not in this question. But I think that's
In
something you
terms
can
of like,
acknowledge.
I don't think this is debatable that the Republican Party encourages political violence.
Okay,
The
but
elected officials encourage it through
you know
words
what's an actual
and
threat to
action.
democracy?
What?
Appointing Kamala to the top of the ticket.
No.
She wasn't a product of the people. She was appointed.
Hold on.
Isn't that what a
You-
dictator
you
is?
understand that the Democratic nomination is not a public office. The Democratic Party is like a private political organization.
If you win the primary, isn't that decided by the voters?
Yeah, the primary, there was no time to do a primary by the time Biden dropped out. And Kamala was the most Democratic person you could pick because at least she was on the ticket in 2020. It was understood if Biden steps down, if he resigns, or if he dies, Kamala takes over. I mean, I would have loved
Don't
to
you
have
think
a
there was a
primary.
little bit? Don't you think there was a little bit of corruption in what they did?
No, I think it's actually pretty impressive they pushed Biden out.
Yeah,
Did
after
Republicans ever
saying
push Trump
they-
out?
they told us for weeks on weeks and months on months that Biden is cognitively there. He's fine. He can do the job. And then they
No
pull him
serious
right after.
person was saying that they were
Oh
full
my
of shit.
God.
Anyone who said
Oh
that's
my
full of shit.
God. You're crazy. Yeah, so that happened.
Hold on. Let's just pause on this. You understand Biden dropped out because Democrats told him to drop out. They were like, what the fuck is this?
Exactly. And we were being told that he was fine.
Hold on. Isn't that a good thing for the party to hold their own president accountable for him being like mashed potatoes for brains?
Yeah, but we were being told that the last 2 years of his administration.
By like like by his very, very inner circle, every other Democrat was like,
Right,
what
that's
the
a
fuck
problem.
is this? No,
The inner
here's
the inner
difference.
circle. No,
Here's
this is the
difference.
inner
Trump
circle is the one that's
also
in
has
power.
mashed potatoes for brains. They don't call him out for it. Democrats called out Biden and said, get the fuck out of the race. Trump could walk on stage and start talking about Arnold Palmer's dick, which he did do, start talking about let's use the military against Democrats, which he did do, and ramble, make no sense, speak like a 5-year-old, and they won't tell him to drop out. I
right,
actually
well, I
like
also
the Democrats were able to push him out. It's a good thing.
Then the Democratic Party had a problem connecting with American people.
True.
And they ran a shitty campaign. So
True.
when you talk about how Mondami won, I think he won because he's a good marketer, not because he has any good idea.
Agree with you on this point specifically.
And Trump won because he's a good marketer. The shit that he spewed out of his
I
mouth.
agree.
And I think that's a financial literacy problem in this country.
It's
That's
a
different
communication problem.
conversation.
It's a charisma problem. Kamala Harris did not have any charisma, no communication skills whatsoever.
Right. So I think she was a shitty candidate. That's kind of what I'm getting at.
You think that she had the image of a shitty candidate, but in terms of her actual,
Yes.
how she would have governed and her policies
Correct.
were way, way better than Trump's.
I can agree with that.
Okay. So is it not also an issue then that people are not
I mean-
valuing her actual policy positions?
Yes, but people are stupid and they don't have any financial literacy. And I think
Listen,
politics.
I agree that Democrats botched it in terms of marketing, right? But when we're talking about, again, in terms of substance, right, this conversation started with which party represents
no,
more
but what-
threatening
it does
political
have-
violence.
What I'm trying to say does have substance because I was given a choice on a ticket this past election, and I connected with one party more than I did the other.
But like,
And I have,
dude, Trump tried to coup the U.S. government. Like, it gets to a point where you
yeah,
have to say,
it's crazy, isn't it?
I'm not voting
that
for
he-
someone who cooed the government. Doesn't
Isn't it
matter
crazy
how
how-
nice their smile is?
Yeah, and isn't it crazy that he won the popular vote with cooing the government?
Yeah.
All right, so like, there's clearly a fundamental problem within the Democratic
The
Party.
fundamental
That's what I'm-
problem actually was not just Democrats' marketing. It was the fact that they took it super easy on Trump with the indictments. Trump should have been sentenced by the end of 2023. They really slow walked that investigation.
There's no secret that people didn't like the way the country was being run. They looked in a different direction, and Trump fit whether the policy or not.
I agree. He won because
what-
he was not the establishment or the status quo. Yes.
Right. So, in my opinion, the Democratic Party shot themselves in the foot, and they lost the election themselves.
But you're
'Cause-
agreeing they shot themselves in the foot on messaging, but on substance, this conversation started on substance of like which party is actually encouraging
Right,
more
but
political violence.
substance-
The guy who
when
did
you-
a
when
coup
you
is
can't
encouraging
market-
political violence.
when you can't market or connect with the American people, to me that shows weakness.
There's no debate on that though between us.
All right, okay, but
I
the
routinely
debate-
criticize Democrats for not being good marketers, but we're talking
Alright,
about
but
like
part of-
political violence, right?
part of being a president, when you look at him on the ticket, I'm not saying Trump fits this category exactly, but he did more than Kamala as far as being the image of a strong president. Kamala Harris did not fit that role.
I don't think Trump
think
won
that's-
because he seems particularly strong. I don't think this guy has good
He
cardiovascular
seemed like the stronger
health or
candidate.
high muscle mass or whatever. But he's confident.
Yes, exactly. And I think that's
Which,
kind of
again,
what
like I agree. I've said all these things myself, but this conversation started with which party is condoning political violence.
I think it's both.
Again,
I
but
still think
there's-
it's both.
Well, what's the substance behind that argument?
I mean, I told you and you didn't agree with it. So
Can you repeat? There's not a single elected Democrat who supports political violence, let alone legally encourages it.
I didn't say they encourage political violence. I said they fuel it, and that's where we disagreed
Okay,
on.
how do they fuel it? Let's talk. How do Democrats fuel political violence more than Republicans do?
I'm not saying no. It's not a more than. I'm saying both. I'm saying both fuel it, and you're denying that.
No. I think it's like 70% MAGA.
Okay, but when you call, to me,
Yeah.
you can disagree or not.
Okay.
When you call Trump Hitler, when you
Yes.
call him a threat to democracy, when you
Yes.
call him a fascist, to me that's fueling political violence, whether you agree with it or not.
Here's my question. If a fascist ever ran for president in America, what should we call that person?
I mean, I don't think he's a fascist. So, but
Again, if that's why I didn't say Trump, because I knew you'd take issue with the premise. If a fascist ran for president, Would I be allowed
Yeah,
to call
if-
that person a fascist?
Yeah, if it's Hitler, sure. If it's Putin,
No,
sure.
not Hitler, like just a guy who's like very fascistic, obviously a fascist.
Sure.
So
But why can't I call
the
Zoran-
issue there is not is it mean to call Trump a fascist? Is Trump a fascist or not? Because if he is,
I'm
then
not
you
saying
say
it's
fine
mean.
to
I'm
call
saying
him
it
one.
fuels. I'm saying it fuels political violence. That's what we were talking about, and I think there's validity to that.
Let me just clarify your position. To correctly call someone a fascist who is a fascist fuels political violence.
All right. Well, we disagree that he's a fascist.
Fascistic out. He's a right wing authoritarian for sure. Do you agree with that?
I wouldn't call him. I mean, I guess we had different definitions of authoritarians, but I don't think he's. I don't think he's a dictator. If that's what you're saying.
Particularly deniable or debatable that he's authoritarian. Fascist is a specific term, although many
I mean,
scholars of fascism, like Jason
we
Stanley, say
ran-
he is a
why-
fascist.
Why is he an authoritarian if he won a free and fair election?
Winning an election has nothing to do with his governing ideology. He doesn't
doesn't
want
mean
free
he's
and
a
fair
dictator.
elections, right?
That-
That's the
Yeah,
authoritarian.
but that doesn't mean he's a dictator.
Hold on.
just 'cause
do you
he-
think someone can win an election and then do authoritarian stuff or no?
Sure,
That's what I would say about Trump.
but I wouldn't call him that in what kind of candidate he was.
He ran on locking up his opponents and unleashing the military against
No,
Democrats.
he ran on lowering inflation, helping the economy,
That's half
fixing
of what he
immigration.
ran on. The other stuff
fixing
that people don't
immigration.
like talking about is when he said, "Oh, let's send the military to
All
polling
right, but
places to lock up
what were
Democrats."
What were the three biggest issues in this election?
Inflation, It was two. It was inflation, immigration. Those
It
are
was
the
three,
big two.
and one more.
All the polling shows it was those two. I mean, there's a distant third, maybe.
No, there was a third, and it was abortion. And
Sure, but that actually ended up not ranking very high because plenty of pro-choice people voted for
Right.
Trump. Actually,
well, more people are pro-life than or pro-choice than pro-life.
Yeah,
and I'm
aware.
also pro-choice. So,
okay.
But it goes to show you that people trusted him with inflation. They trusted him with immigration. Whether he's delivering on that is a different story.
Sure, I'm just
but-
just to stay on the topic. Like I'm saying, he ran on doing fascist stuff, so it makes sense to call him a fascist.
Yeah. Well, I'm sorry. I gotta head out. But
Okay.
But thank you for your time.
Yeah. I just like Does everyone remember that Trump, when he was running, he said we need to start sending the military to polling places to take care of the enemy from within, and he specified the enemy from within as Democrats. He said he wanted to like lock these people up, like I'm your retribution. Like it's not a hidden thing here. Okay, we have Tony and we have cheese emoji in the requests. Both of you state your purpose in the comments in the chat. If you guys are enjoying the live, make sure you are following on TikTok, subscribe on YouTube, go to the link tree in my TikTok bio that has my YouTube, my Twitter, my Instagram, my Cash App, PayPal, and Venmo if you want to support. And at the very least, make sure you're double tapping the screen and following. Okay, cheese emoji and Tony. I need to know what you want to debate before I let you hop on. And Mario Hoosier? Mario, cheese emoji, and Tony. Let your purpose be known in the chat before I let you hop on. I think he's good for America.
Hello?
Hey, how old are you?
19?
And do you disagree that Trump is destroying America?
I think it's quite the opposite.
Really? Okay, so when we're talking about, I mean, U.S. citizens being locked up, people's constitutional rights being violated, the economy tanking in terms of our economic policy, what in that makes you happy?
So I think overall, the reason why Trump was good for America was that he did major damages to politics in general and the Democratic establishment and the Republican establishment because they're controlled by Israel.
And Trump isn't?
See, Trump is now. I'm talking about prime Trump.
Trump has always been the most pro-Israel president in modern American history. This is not even disputed. He moved
No,
the
he
embassy.
he was
moved
more
the embassy.
America.
He ended the sanctions. Like he's been super pro-Israel. What are you talking about?
Okay, either way, his policies are still good for America.
Like what?
Like securing the border, which makes America safer.
Okay, but the border encounters had already collapsed in July of
Like the
2024.
2017 Tax and Jobs Act, which cut
that
classes
ballooned
for,
our deficit
Okay.
and it caused stock buybacks and even pay for itself.
and
in
Joe
economic
Biden and
growth.
Joe Biden didn't raise our deficit.
He did, but with stimulus. Why did Trump
Define
pass a
stimulus.
tax cut? in the middle of an
Define
economic boom.
stimulus. Can you define stimulus?
Yeah, it's like economic policy that stimulates consumer spending or private investment. It can be tax cuts, it can be infrastructure, it can be stimulus checks,
Okay, but do you
quantitative
think
easing
that
in a way.
do you think that it's worth it to add to the debt to cut taxes?
No, because they don't
Like
pay for
you don't think that
themselves.
can be helpful?
No, it doesn't pay for itself. The multiplier on corporate tax cuts is like 0.2. It's like a waste of money.
Okay, what about remain in Mexico? You don't think that was good?
That applied to like 10 or 20,000 people. That
Wait,
wasn't
are you
even a
pro?
policy.
Are you pro or are you pro? Are you anti-vax or pro-vax?
Any vaccine that's been like properly tested, I'm in favor of that, obviously.
Okay, do you agree with Operation Warp Speed?
Yeah, that was one of the only few good things Trump did.
Okay. So can you give me your main reason for why you think he's bad for America? He's
I think he's an
authoritarian or fascist?
authoritarian.
Okay.
He tried to do a coup in
Define
2020.
authoritarian. No, that was a beautiful day.
You're trolling?
No, he was fighting. No, it was people fighting for the liberty.
You understand he
election
committed
integrity.
crimes on that day in service of a coup.
Trump did? Trump said peaceful protest.
Yeah, but you know what he did after that, right? This is my favorite talking point. You know what he
What
did
did he do
after that,
after?
right? The first thing he did when they told him the Capitol has been breached is he started talking shit to Mike Pence on Twitter.
Okay. And do you think that what Nancy Pelosi did was right in that situation?
That's a made-up talking point. Trump could have deployed the National Guard. He chose not to. He just proved that when he deployed them in D.C., by the way, right?
Okay, he was making fun of Mike Pence because Mike Pence was a traitor.
Mike, how is Mike Pence a traitor?
He betrayed MAGA.
So, okay, so you also hate America. You care about MAGA more than you care about America. That makes sense.
No, I
It's all
love.
adding up.
No.
Yep,
MAGA cares
yep.
about America, and they used to care
No.
about putting America first. at
No,
least.
this is TDS, Trump devotion syndrome, and you sound like you might be like 15 years old, so you're out of here. TDS on the rise. Tony in the requests. What did you want to debate, Tony? When MAGA sends their people, they're not sending their best. They're idiots, they're uneducated, and some I assume are good people. MAGA is American. I host. I don't know. Is Tony in the comments anywhere? Democrat policy is the main reason why they lost? Hey, how old are you?
I'm 20 years old.
And you're saying what? That Democrats lost in 2024 because of their policy platform?
More so going along with for farther progressive policies, one of the reasons that they did not hit with the, I guess, main so popular of
I
Americans.
think you're presuming that people vote based on policy.
Would they not vote on policy?
It's a matter of fact that they don't vote on policy because they did blind policy rankings where they removed the name of the candidate and they showed Kamala's policy platform versus Trump's, and it was like 75-25 in favor of Kamala Harris. People vote based on charisma and like group identity and media diets. Like no one's reading through CBO reports when they're voting, unfortunately.
There might be some truth to that, but I can't really align myself with more progressive Democrats because I see more so the culture behind it as a more so of a net negative. And the main reason why I say this is because I see a lot of Democrat judges and politicians go for more of allowing for criminals. I see the main one. I see like a few of them would be the murder of Irina Zarutska, who was indicted 14 times. The
Yep.
recent Chicago train that was indicted
I'm familiar
72
with the case.
times.
I just don't understand how you could be super anti-crime and then you support someone. Do you support Trump or no?
Not entirely. Maybe like 75% of what he
Like
what
the
he does, I
most
approve.
pro-crime politician in the modern American history is Donald Trump.
I don't know about that one.
That's not even a question. He's been indicted for serious crimes on a federal level, which hopefully we get the resolution of that after he leaves office. He's encouraged crime. He's pardoned people that threatened to kill FBI agents. Like what are we doing here?
So you're not gonna acknowledge the claim I just made about
The claim
Uh,
you
the-
made is about local governance and you're tying that to partisan politics. I don't even know if I take your word for that. I'm talking about like a national political figure in elected office with power. You're talking about like criminal justice reforms that are maybe not a good idea. That's a very different conversation than the president of the United States like pardoning terrorists. No?
About 15 to 20 people actually committed violence on January 6th, so I'm not in favor of pardoning every single one that committed that.
He
I agree
did
with you on
pardon them
that.
though, and he continues to pardon them
Like,
for
let me wait,
unrelated
wait.
crimes.
Let me finish what I said.
Go
Now,
ahead.
I'm not disagreeing with you that it was only about 15 to 20 people that actually committed violence on that day, and I don't disagree with you that he should not have pardoned those people. But the main reason why he did pardon these people is because they were denied uh, the court justice they were supposed to get for every single one of them. So
How
there
were
were
they
some
denied
people
that?
that they were. Let me answer this.
Can you
There's
answer
a
that
handful.
question?
What?
How are they? Did they not go through a trial and get sentenced?
Should they all been treated like terrorists, even the people that walked in and invited in? And I know a few people that went there and did a prayer in front of some of the
You know how the
paintings in there.
Capitol was breached, right?
Why did the police open the door then?
No, a member of the Proud Boys used a brick to break open the window. This is on video. This is the first entrance of the
And
Capitol.
you tell me there's not video of people allowing them to walk in?
That video is taken out of context from like the very end of the riot when they were like overwhelmed and Trump was refusing to send the National Guard. The actual trespassing that began here was people using bricks and flagpoles, smashing the heads of police officers into door frames. Like what? How are you anti-crime and you're like making excuses for this stuff?
Again, I don't agree with the fact they did everyone. I just don't like the treatment of about
I just
every
don't
single one
buy
of them
that
is
you have a
being treated as
legitimate
20s.
claim against how they were treated when all of them had a court date, they had a jury, they had defense lawyers, and they lost their cases.
They were all treated as terrorists when some of them didn't even do anything. I don't disagree with you the fact that some people did terrible stuff. I'm not disagreeing with that.
Yeah, the ones
They're
I'm
all
complaining
treated
about are the ones convicted of seditious conspiracy against the United States, violence against police officers,
About
forcible
15 to
breaking,
20
entering,
people.
vandalism.
And about only 15 to 20 people actually committed violence that day. Should every
That's one
hundred of those thousands of
category
people
that I just, out of the 5 I just brought up. People convicted of seditious conspiracy. People who broke and entered, like with like violent means, vandalism, making threats, screaming threats at police officers, encouraging other people to come in with them, which is like encouraging a crime.
should every single one of them be held to the exact same standard? Everyone that day. That's
No,
the main.
not all of them got the same sentence.
They were all hunted down as terrorists,
A lot of them are terrorists.
or all of them terrorists.
Is it your understanding that like some random dude who was just standing next to a bush was like convicted of terrorism? What are you talking about?
I know some people that just
Where are
walked
you
in and
getting your
said,
information from, by the way, in terms of media? I'm curious.
I have to pull that up later, but we can talk about something else
Who
about
are
this.
your go-to people that you watch for political information?
My go-to people that watch political information. I don't really like watching too much in terms of news 'cause I don't trust news outlets.
On YouTube, then.
More so the videos.
Just who do you watch, dude? It's not a hard question. Ben Shapiro, Nick Fuentes, Patrick Bet-David, Tim Pool, Steven Crowder. Any of these names ring a bell?
Probably Michael Knowles.
Oh my God. Okay. Is that your main source of political information?
Pretty big one.
Do you understand that people like Michael Knowles, who tell you that you should hate the New York Times and Reuters and AP, when they give you the news, you know where they got that news from, usually?
Where?
Michael Knowles is not an on-the-ground reporter who is traveling from country to country interviewing sources. He reads the New York Times. He reads the Washington Post. He reads the AP. He reads Reuters. He gets all the stories. He puts his own spin on it and then says, don't read the primary source. That's fake news. That's their business model, by the way.
I wouldn't know too much about that. My main claim was the fact that Democrat policies was the main reason why they lost. That was my original
that's
claim.
True. Their policies are like overwhelmingly popular, and Trump's aren't.
I would not say that.
I'm just
And the
giving
main
you
reason-
like numbers from polling. Universal health
main
care is
reason-
popular. Funding education is popular. Infrastructure is popular.
Main reason that Democrat policy, and the main reason why I turned away is because the Democrats in the main federal level want to dictate what we're allowed to learn. Because one of the main reasons why I think they lost is because they wanted to decide that parents should become second and what is
Again,
taught their kids.
I don't buy that you care about this. First, you claim to care about crime. Now you're saying you care about like big government and authoritarianism. I can only think of one political party in modern American and maybe in all of American history that has put people in handcuffs for expressing opinions they don't like, and it was Republicans.
Okay.
You understand that, right? Like the Trump administration literally put people in handcuffs and dragged them away from their pregnant wife for protesting for protesting Israel. And that a conservative Ronald Reagan appointed judge adjudicated this and said that they're purposefully attacking the First Amendment to scare pro-Palestinian protesters.
This I wouldn't know much about this case.
I think it's because Michael Knowles doesn't talk about things like this. Not in his best interest.
The thing I'm trying to get is the fact that if they don't turn more into moderate and then they keep leaning towards aggressive politics, they're not going to be able to see more of a run.
I just think that when we're thinking about which party needs to moderate more, it's the party that's anti-free speech, anti-due process, anti-constitutional
Anti-free
rights.
speech, that's really funny.
I just gave you an example of them arresting people for talking. Is that okay? To put people in handcuffs for talking?
Again, I don't know if I can disprove that case. I don't know much about it.
I can promise you a Ronald Reagan appointed judge issued a very scathing ruling against the Trump administration saying that you guys are purposefully, unconstitutionally attacking the First Amendment to scare people away from protesting Israel. Not a liberal activist judge, a Reagan appointed conservative judge said this.
I'm not a big fan of Israel either, so I'm not going to defend every single Republican. And just like you wouldn't defend every single Democratic progressive movement.
Sure, but if you disagree with the judge's decision, you have to disagree for like a reason. Are you okay with people being arrested for protesting Israel peacefully?
I'm not sure.
You're not
Again,
sure?
I don't know much. I'm not sure about what it, I don't
You're
know the
not
facts
sure if
around
you
this
support
case.
free speech.
No, I don't know much about this case.
Well, let's put the case to the side. Just take for granted the situation I'm giving you. Is it against free speech to arrest someone for expressing an opinion peacefully?
No.
It's not against free speech.
Wait, say the question again?
Is it anti-free speech to arrest people for expressing their opinions peacefully?
People can express their opinions, yeah.
Okay, that's what Trump did. If you don't believe me, you can Google it after. It's not debated. No one really... The reason Knowles doesn't talk about it, Shapiro doesn't talk about it, is because there's no conservative spin they can put on that to make it sound less bad than it is. It's pretty cut and dry.
That's a fair point. But again,
Yeah, what's
the
up,
main
Chris?
reason, the main problems I see with the progressive and more so the Democrat Party is, would you say the governor of California, Gavin Newsom, is going to be the prime role model of progressive or Democrat politics?
What do you mean the prime role model? I mean, Democrats typically don't do like the whole cult leader thing the way that Republicans do with MAGA, so I don't know that that's the case.
Oh, okay, let me phrase that differently. If you would put on the presidential 28 election, would you vote for him?
If he was the nominee, I wouldn't vote for him in the primary, but if he was the nominee, I'd vote for him, yeah.
Who would you consider? Okay, then who would you consider to be the main candidate or someone you would want to run as the
Like me personally, who's
Democrat?
my ideal candidate?
Yeah,
James Tallarico.
James Tallarico. Can you tell me a bit about him? Because I don't know much about him.
Texas state congressperson, been blowing up a lot recently, went on the Joe Rogan podcast, and even Rogan said you should run for president. He's very young, very progressive, Texas Democrat, well-spoken guy, very intelligent.
I appreciate he's from Texas. I am from Texas.
Yeah, I want a Democrat from a red state to run because I think that they're better at fighting than blue state Democrats who are just lazy, probably.
What makes you say that, if you don't mind me asking?
Anytime you're in a state where the governance is the opposite party, you just have to be better at defending your ideas and fighting back. I think Georgia Democrats, Texas Democrats, North Carolina Democrats, Florida Democrats, broadly speaking, obviously not always, they're going to have more of like a fighter mentality, I think, than like a California Democrat who I don't know how much pushback they have to deal with in their career.
That's a good point. So, would you agree with the notion that the fact that because you just said the fact that candidates in bigger blue states are a bit more lazy and not agree with a lot of their policies, correct?
No, agreeing with their policies is a different question. I'm talking about like character.
Character. My biggest problem
And
is
just to be clear, like Gavin Newsom's left nut could run for president, and I'd vote for that over Trump or JD Vance. So
It's just a preference. I'm not a big fan of Gavin Newsom.
Sure, I don't love him necessarily either, but he's not like someone who tried to coup the country, right? So pretty big difference there.
I'd say same thing with this is the fact that if we keep talking about this was 5 years ago. I'm
So
not I'm not discrediting the fact that there's people that did bad things.
no, but
But if we
Trump did
keep
bad things, right? Like he's the president, he tried to coup the U.S. government. That's kind of fucking insane and unhinged. And no other
do you think
presidents ever tried to
do you
coup.
think they actually could have done anything? Like these are a bunch of
Yes, they had a
people that
plan. Kenneth Chesebro and John Eastman had a plan for this to do a coup. This is why Trump was indicted by Jack Smith.
I don't think they could have done anything. I don't think anything was going to happen that day. I'm gonna be
They
honest.
literally ascertained fake slates of electors to have Mike Pence certify them to vote for Trump and make Trump president. And they were going to probably appeal to the political question doctrine to keep the Supreme Court out of this. He tried to do a coup. Like there's no real. If you go on Wikipedia and look up January 6th, the first sentence is like this was an attempt at a self coup. Like no, normal person denies this was an attempted coup.
Even if this was, I don't think it was.
Wait,
I
why do
just
you
don't
not
think this
think it
would have
was?
gone anywhere.
You have to substantiate that.
It was a bunch of people going around. I don't deny the fact there were
It
people
wasn't just a bunch.
roughhousing.
It was Trump working with a bunch of people behind the scenes, right? Like the first thing that Trump does when his team tells him the Capitol grounds have been breached is he tweets, "Mike Pence didn't have the courage to do the right thing." What does he do next? Kevin McCarthy, the Speaker of the House. This guy's hiding under a desk in the middle of the Capitol riot, scared for his life. He talks to Trump on the phone and says, "Hey, man, can you tell your people to go home?" And Trump goes, "Well, Kevin, I guess these people are a lot more upset about the election than you are." He's talking like a fucking mob boss, like a mafia person in an organized crime ring in the middle of a riot at the Capitol, applying pressure on people in his own party who are hiding from the rioters. He not only liked the violence, he tried to take advantage of the violence to stay president. And this is after he already drafted plans to send the military to seize voting machines and rerun elections. This is like the most authoritarian person to be involved in national politics, bar none, probably in American history. Like, what are you talking about here?
I see a lot of talk about this. Absolutely. I just find it hard to believe that a bunch of idiots could run around and break windows and actually do anything. To be honest,
Do you know the purpose of that was to delay the certification of the electoral votes, and they succeeded in delaying it for the first time in American history, right? The reason it didn't work wasn't because the rioters didn't show up. It's because Mike Pence said, "You know what? I'm actually not a crazy person. I'm not going to help him do a coup." And I hate Mike Pence on policy, but he did the bare minimum thing of not violating the Constitution.
I don't know.
It's
I
like
have to
you
look
say you
more
have an
into
issue
this.
with progressive Democrats because I guess you saw someone with a rainbow flag in their username once, or I don't even know what your issue with progressive Democrats is, but none of them have tried to violate the Constitution or lock up political opponents or suppress free speech. That's all coming from Trump.
I don't think it would be because, again, I just told you. Again, I told you the biggest problem I have is the fact that we go with the education system with our children, and we have to be told that they get to decide what comes first in what gets taught to our children.
No, what do you mean they get? Do you think Joe Biden is setting the curriculum for random counties in Michigan and Wisconsin? What do you? This is locally run stuff.
A bigger stuff in the progressive states like New York and California.
What
Uh,
exactly is your issue with what they're doing in education?
uh, sh- we'll chalk this up to a talking point. I don't mind if you do. The whole LGBTQ plus stuff. That's a big reason why I think Trump won.
Is it a bad thing to tell little kids we shouldn't bully gay and trans people? We should just treat everyone equally and politely and
That's not
nicely?
that was not my problem. The fact that
That's
if
what most
it's
of these programs are.
if all programs stayed that way how it started, I wouldn't have a problem with it.
That is
Uh,
most of the programs. I mean, again, if you're watching Michael Knowles, I can understand why you maybe think that there's strippers showing up to elementary schools and injecting kids with gay serum or something. That's
Oh,
not
then you wouldn't. Then
happening.
you if that's not happened, then you wouldn't mind a ban on having drag queens reading to children.
Wait, reading to children?
Yeah.
Are they, if they're clothed and they're just reading a book, what is the issue?
So you would be in favor of drag queens reading to children.
If again, if these are like fully clothed people just reading a book, what is the issue?
The culture surrounding drag queens and the indictment and showing that this is uh what this person is could show them the culture and get them further into drag stuff. That's my
So you
biggest
think
problem with
people
that.
turn into drag queens because they saw a drag queen one time?
So you're fine with drag queens reading the children.
It's just a loaded question. If you're asking about just like a person who's a drag queen reading a book, then that's fine. I don't even think it's very common in the first place. But yeah, I mean, again, the implication on like Fox News about like drag queen story hours, like there are like literal strippers showing up to schools. I really don't think that's happening. If it's just a person who dresses a certain way reading someone a book, really do not give a fuck. Don't think it's very common. Don't think this ranks in the top 1,000 issues facing the country. And it's weird
Fair
that
enough.
your response to like an attempted coup is like drag queen story hour. The level of severity there is not really matching, even if I was to grant your premise, which I don't.
Fair enough. But I'll leave you with I'll leave you with that because
Okay.
you don't seem like an ill faith guy. I actually respect a lot of
I'm not. And I just want to say, like, what I'm expressing here is, like, I think what 99% of Democrats agree with. It's just Michael Knowles isn't telling you that, probably.
maybe.
Yeah.
We'll have to see with all that. But it was nice talking to you. I hope you have a good day.
Mm-hmm. You're a typical liberal. I would consider myself a progressive, not a liberal. But I mean, I hate these labels, dude. Certain left people call me like a neoliberal, and then people on the right call me like an actual communist. And it's just like, what do these words even mean anymore? Nick, you're in the request. What did you want to debate, Nick? Do you believe Macron attempted an unaliving of Candace Owens? No. That is such an easy IQ test, by the way. Anyone who believes that that Emmanuel Macron has put on a hit on Candace Owens has lost it. You've actually lost the plot. I don't know what to tell you. Just okay. Sure.
Yo,
Hey,
can you
how
hear
old are
me?
you?
I'm 18.
Okay, what's up?
Okay, so I have a question about like the future of the Republican Party, and before I like ask it, I'm just gonna state my prediction right now. So
Sure.
I think the Democrats are gonna take back the White House in 2028,
True.
and they're gonna win re-election in 2032, and the Republicans
True.
are gonna put up like JD Vance in 28 and another MAGA candidate in 32. But when 36 comes around, I think that's the
Then I'm
time when they
finally
put,
eligible and I get to step in and fix it all. True.
well, I'd say that in 36, in the Republican Party, they have a revolution that's like a Nick Fuentes type of revolution.
Mm-hmm.
And so I'm wondering, like, what do you think the future of the Republican Party is going to be? Because I think that it can get like a bit wacky.
The Republican Party is absolutely cooked in general elections. They got extremely overconfident after winning 2024, and now they say certain shit with their chest that before they would have never said with their chest, like Trump just going on Truth Social and saying, yeah, these people should be hung for making a video I don't like, him locking up peaceful protesters for expressing their First Amendment rights, him depriving people of due process, the Nick Fuentes stuff, Tucker Carlson. The right-wing base eats this stuff up, and they're like, yeah, we're building up our energy. That stuff does not fly in a general election. They're absolutely fucked for like
Yeah.
the next 2 decades.
Yeah, and I think once 36 comes around, I think most of the old MAGA boomers who watch Fox News, I think they're gonna all die out. But I do
I'm not even
think
worried about
that,
the MAGA boomers. It's the Gen Z MAGA guys who are like actually very dangerous to me.
yeah, and I also think with the rise of like Nick Fuentes is
Yeah.
also kind of concerning me
That's who the Gen
a
Z
little
MAGA
bit.
crowd is. Like they just unironically want like people that aren't white to be either kicked out or beat up or killed or whatever. I don't know.
Yeah, I do think that Trump eventually will be known as like the establishment Republican candidate in like 36 or something, because I have
I think
seen,
he already is though.
yeah, he already is, but he's not seen as it right now. I think by 36 he'll be known as that. I have seen a couple of people I know that are MAGA that are already starting to turn on him
Mm-hmm.
because of like, oh, like prices are down, which they think that like gas is
True.
down, but they
Gas is
don't
down
think
low.
they don't think that grocery prices are like low. And so yeah, I don't have anything else, but
Okay.
you know,
Okay.
they're somewhat starting to turn on him, but they're not quite there yet.
Yep. Well, listen, I appreciate your question. I don't know how many people are turning on him necessarily. I think it's more the independents who are turning on him, right? Isn't his approval rating with independents at like 30% now? Um, I it's so weird. Trump came in his second term with he could have just coasted off of Biden's economic policy and not really done much and probably be in the mid to high 40s right now in approval. Instead, he was like, no, let me just fuck everything up and go goblin mode for no reason. Democrats already destroyed the U.S. Are you in the requests? No, you're not. Omar Dath Miraj and Asura crying. What do y'all want to talk about? And Caden. If you're in the guest request, you have to let me know why you want to hop on in the requests or in the chat. Hold on, I didn't check YouTube chat in a second. I'm super excited to watch Mamdani work. Yes, dude. Mamdani announced his housing transition team. Oh my god, there's a bunch of Yimbys in there. This idea that Mamdani is like an ideologue or that he's like super dogmatic is like so divorced from reality. Mamdani to me seems to be one of the most pragmatic politicians I've seen in a while, and that makes me really excited. Like, he knows how to play politics very well. He knows how to like prioritize things that are easier to do. So like as mayor, he has a lot of influence over zoning. And it seems like his first order of business is just building a lot more housing, which is like extremely fucking based. And even, by the way, right-wing economists have to admit that. Building more housing to decrease housing costs and rents is one of those rare things where left-wing economists and right-wing economists agree. And Mamdani's seems to be leading with that, right? Do the rent freeze on rent-stabilized units and then just start building more. Get rid of this dumbass zoning stuff, right? Build more public housing, build more private housing. It doesn't seem like he's leading with the public grocery store stuff, which I'm glad to hear that. Okay, Asura, Cryan, and Caden, let me know in the chat what y'all wanted to talk about. If Mamdani's legacy is like increasing housing supply and universal childcare, that's fucking goated alone. And those are two things I think he can really get, right? Like, I think he can get universal childcare. I think Hochul would want to do that with him. And in terms of zoning stuff, like he wants to increase density near like transit areas, right? So super based. Sure.
I'll be quick.
Sure.
So I do a lot of like immigration talking point stuff. And the thing that I've seen that's like really effective at getting to like younger like Republican Gen Z men is the Ramesa Ozturk stuff.
Yeah.
Specifically because she like obviously young people aren't super keen on Israel, right?
Yeah.
And so whenever Republican men hear that this lady was literally only deported for like making an opinion about Israel,
Yeah.
they get it like hits them differently than like any other immigration stuff.
I agree. That's
Anyway,
also
that's
why I
all.
bring up Mahmoud Khalil all the time.
Yeah, true.
Because he was a green card holder, so that's even crazier.
Yeah. Well, Ramesa Ozturk was here on a student visa too, and she was like in a PhD program. It's
Yeah.
crazy.
Yeah, it's unhinged. I mean, these people cried for years about Biden's attack on free speech, and then we have like people literally being put in cuffs for expressing opinions. They don't give a single fuck.
Yeah, true. All right. Anyway, that's all I wanted to bring up.
All right,
Thanks, man.
cool. Thanks for having on. Seems like we have no more guest requests for debates, which is not very surprising at all. Are you a supporter of Gretchen Whitmer's policies? I'm not like too familiar with them. All I can say as someone who lives in Michigan is the roads got better under her watch. Are they perfect? No. Some areas need to be fixed, right? But like I've been saying, I say this every live, all you need to do to like win a big election victory is just promise to fix the roads and the bridges and the schools and like give people health care, and you'll win like the next 30 elections. Like all this weird stuff and false division. I wanted to ask you a few questions. I'm not a Trumper, sure. Arrested, and they weren't deported. They were released because a Reagan-appointed judge said they had to be released because they had free speech rights that were being violated. This is my favorite thing, right? A conservative judge said to the Trump administration, you guys are attacking the First Amendment unconstitutionally. Ramesa Ozturk and Mahmoud Khalil. And yes, Khalil missed the birth of his child for this.
Hey, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
I've been listening for a while, and you had some people saying they didn't like progressive views, even though progressive views are what we need right now.
Mm-hmm.
But one of my biggest like talking points is having terms on every government position. So there shouldn't be like
term limits?
Yeah, like Supreme Court shouldn't be in their spots forever, you
True.
know, and getting old and dying. And people don't tend to agree with that. And I wanted to know your personal views on it.
Yeah, I think term limits make sense for the Supreme Court and just rotating justices with lower circuit courts as well. I think term limits on... A hot take I have is I don't like term limits on the presidency, actually. I think we should get rid of that, but term limits on the Supreme Court makes a lot of sense to me. Yeah.
And then here's another issue I have. We shouldn't be watching people, our speaker representatives having strokes on national television and everything like that.
Yeah.
So I feel like there should be an age limit before we call it quits on them.
Sure. I don't think we need an age limit for that. I think just naturally people are now trending towards wanting to vote for younger people. I don't know that an age limit makes much sense. I mean, I guess maybe you could because you have an age minimum of 35. So I guess by that logic, you could have an age maximum. But I care a lot less about specifically age. I just want more young people running and winning, which I think people do prefer young people to govern.
Yeah. And my biggest thing is people are complaining that the Democrats are becoming more progressive, but it's like the cost of living here in the States isn't cheap.
Mm-hmm.
I was a perfect example of that. Why do people have to pay more for their situations?
Yep.
My parents have 5 kids,
Mm-hmm.
and all they need is 2 bedrooms. They shouldn't have to pay more for a 2-bedroom house for us 5 kids.
A lot of people are paying half or more than half of their paycheck each month to rent, which is insane.
Yep. And so that's just my biggest thing is you have all these young kids that are clearly not taught, and they're clearly just up in their feelings. Why is it popular to praise Hitler now?
It's kind of crazy. Yeah.
I'm 31. This makes no sense to me.
I will say though, it's not actually popular. It's popular in a very specific crowd of people, and that crowd of people has lost the plot, and they don't realize that all the normal people can see them saying that Hitler is cool, and they're going to remember that next election.
Yeah, I think there was a thing about this guy dressing up as a Nazi soldier and went to a public bar, and he got shunned out.
Yeah.
This
is, even with J.D. Vance refusing to condemn the young Republicans who were talking about gas chambers and stuff, the right wing has this thing of we can never ever apologize or never ever condemn someone because everything is cancel culture and they're coming to get us. And in pursuit of that ideology, they took it to the actual extreme where now actual Nazis are in the movement and they refuse to condemn them or try to kick them out. And again, this is really hurting their PR and their image. I think the median voter now just sees Republicans as crazy authoritarian right-wing people.
Yeah, and the worst part about it is my parents are an interracial couple,
Mhm.
And so, you know, that law that they were trying to pass to ban interracial couples.
Nick Fuentes is
And
against those, yeah.
yeah. And so it's just like, I wouldn't be here without them. And
Yeah.
they're like loving parents. And they've
And
been
by
together. And
many
they've,
metrics, the rate of like interracial marriage is like a really good metric for like social progress, right? Like, are you breaking down these barriers? Yeah, I think it's like a
Mhm.
super cool thing to have that happen in a country, because for most of human history, like there wasn't a lot of interracial marriage because people were kept off so siloed. I think it's actually a sign of progress that that's happening. And also, like, again, people, if anyone here knows someone who likes Nick Fuentes, just know that Nick Fuentes said that like interracial marriage is like similar to humans having sex with animals. That's his opinion. So that's how fucking unhinged these people are.
and it's just, it's the worst part is like the young communities are rallying around them.
Yeah.
And for me, I'm a minority in a red state.
Mm-hmm.
And literally the town I live in, there's like 10 of us, maybe.
Mhm.
So, Ice Barbie was my governor, if that helps.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
So it's just, it's disheartening, it's concerning, and like part of me wants to go back to the days where if you didn't agree with someone or you didn't like them, you just left them alone.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And that in polite society, being an overt racist and sexist would get you kicked out of any room you were in.
Mhm.
Well, listen, I appreciate you for hopping on and sharing. We do have TikTok user 513. Are you in the requests? There you are. Hey, how old are you?
I'm 27.
And do you disagree that Donald Trump is destroying America?
Yeah, I disagree that he's personally destroying the country.
Sure, what if I clarify and say his administration?
I mean, I think that probably all of the administrations of the last 2 to 3 decades have been doing it, but it kind of seems like you're trying to make the case that he individually is worse than other people or something of that nature.
The case I'm making is that electing him as president was catastrophic, and that includes people he's appointed to cabinet positions as well as orders that he gives personally.
Okay. Yeah. So what would he be doing that is destroying the country?
I think destroying free speech rights is one of the biggest ones, where people have literally been put in handcuffs for expressing opinions he doesn't like. I think eliminating due process. I don't know if you want to go one by one or.
Sure.
I can give you 10 points, or we can go point at a time. I don't want to overwhelm you with like 10 different things.
Yeah. I mean, I guess that we could go point at a time. Although, I would say this. Since you have his name in the title, I'm looking for things that are exclusive to him. So, for instance, like with free speech, that's kind of a line that's already been crossed. So I don't think it is.
Who crossed that line before?
Well, we have the Twitter files with the Biden administration.
I just want to clarify what line we're talking about is like people being put in handcuffs for expressing an opinion. That never happened under Biden. Biden making a request to Twitter, half of which were rejected, is not really involving free speech.
Yeah, but systematically silencing free speech on an open platform where people are supposed to be allowed to discuss these kinds of things, that would be hindering free speech. So I'm not saying that one is worse than the other. Maybe arresting someone for their speech would be a worse offense. But if you're going to sit here and legitimately say,
because Twitter is a private platform, and this idea that the Biden administration was like going in and banning people, they made requests to social media companies. Many of these requests were rejected and denied, so there was no government.
Just them asking is crossing the line in the first place.
I mean, my take on this is they should ask transparently. Like, if there's any communication, it should be public. I don't think it's a free speech violation, though.
Yeah, I mean, I would disagree with you, and I would disagree with you on the premise that companies like X and companies like Facebook, they enjoy liability protections, meaning when people go on there and they say insanely offensive things or they say things that are wrong, the social media company themselves, they can't be held liable for what somebody says. That's exactly correct, yeah. So if you're a platform in the United States, I think within reason, free speech should exist. And so if you're not going to uphold free speech, then you should be registered as a publisher. And so the alternative here, or the issue is that the federal government is reaching out to a platform and they don't even have medical data or they don't even have actual scientific evidence to support what they're asking people to stop saying. And so then they're shadow banning people, they're removing people's posts, they're removing their right.
Well,
to be on the
first of all,
platform.
again, I want to be clear here that like if the government was forcing Twitter to do this, then I think you'd have a point. The fact that Twitter was allowed to say no, Meta was allowed to say no, I think removes the First Amendment from this. Now, there's a separate conversation there on like, do you like that? I think it should be transparent. But the government saying, hey, man, can you remove like this tweet saying that like hydroxychloroquine will cure COVID because it's like objectively not true. And there's like a 50-50 shot. Twitter says no. There's a conversation to be had there about transparency maybe, but not about the First Amendment. And I think
Yeah, I think that you should do a little bit
arrested.
more research into what Mark Zuckerberg has said. He's
I've done a lot of research into it.
Yeah, great. So if you watch his interviews, he
With Rogan?
says in very plain English that they were not like physically forced at
They were
gunpoint
yelling?
or anything, but they were certainly coerced. They were
I don't believe Mark Zuckerberg
essentially
when he
like
says that,
threatened.
and I can explain why I don't believe him. Is that Mark Zuckerberg?
Do you believe the
first-
billionaire company CEO?
I can explain to you why I don't believe him. I have a very specific reason for it. Mark Zuckerberg before was like the fact check guy. People used to hate him on the right for like suppressing people. And then Trump gives a statement saying that he should be jailed. And then all of a sudden Mark Zuckerberg says, we're getting rid of fact checking actually. And Biden was actually really, really bad. I hate Biden. And then they don't take my word for it. They asked Trump at a press conference, hey, do you think that Zuckerberg is being nice to you now because you threatened to arrest him? And Trump was like, yeah, I think that's why he's doing it.
Sure. So, like, you're totally within your rights to say, hey, this is what I believe and that's why I believe it. But I'm just telling you, as somebody who, like, my individual opinion is that if you're going to sit here and say that Trump is destroying America because he's attacking free speech or he's threatening some form of free speech, if you seriously look at what happened with the files for Facebook and with Twitter,
Yeah.
and you say, oh, that's not a problem, that doesn't threaten free speech at all, then I really don't think
Those
that
are
it's
two
a
different
conversation
questions.
I can have with
So I
you. So
think
maybe a different point.
Those are two different questions. I think any sort of communication between the government and private companies of that nature should be made public and transparent. So that's a problem, I suppose. But that's not just constitutionally, legally speaking, not a free speech issue. Like that wouldn't land in any court. There's no government compulsion on the basis of viewpoint. Like
Yeah,
you
sure.
just could
So,
not take
okay,
that to
so
a
there,
court.
yeah, okay. So it's like there's not government compulsion, but you have the acting administration, you have the highest executive power in the land asking you to do something. If you, I mean, I don't think that
And just to be
I
clear,
don't
that
think the free
line of
speech thing is a
communication was
good
opened
point
up
for
under
either of
Trump
us.
in his first term. If you read the Twitter files, this began in like 2020 with the Trump administration.
Yeah, sure. I'm not saying that it didn't. I'm just saying that the
I understand
files that came out against the Biden administration and Facebook, they're unforgivably bad in terms of free speech. So if you don't believe that has
Sure.
anything to,
Here's the
we should
argument I
do
would
to a
make,
different
right?
point.
Is like, I don't think it's not an issue. I just think it
You're not
pales
going to
in-
convince me on this point, so we should just
I-
move to a different point.
I understand that. I just want to finish my argument here. I'm not making the argument that the government shouldn't have been transparent there, but this is pales in comparison to people being arrested for expressing opinions. And if you want to make the case that actually, the door was already opened, then Trump opened the door because all the channels of communication that were used by the Biden admin were opened by the Trump admin. And unlike the Biden admin who was saying, hey, this is like medical disinformation, the Trump admin was telling Twitter, hey, take down this tweet of Chrissy Teigen calling me a pussy ass bitch. Take this tweet down because it's insulting to the president. So anytime the president is leveraging power for his own personal gain, that even takes it a step above. And again, what I would say is even if I granted your premise, which I don't grant it, but even if I did, this is a free speech violation, then Trump one and Biden one would cancel each other out. And then you have a whole different level where people are being arrested, dragged away from their homes for expressing an opinion. And this isn't just my conjecture or your conjecture as people on the internet. This is a judge that said that they're violating the First Amendment.
Sure.
That just
Yeah.
holds
So
more
just
water.
next point. Yeah. Next point.
How it's hard for me to think you're not like ideologically captured if you can't see that.
I would consider myself completely unideologically captured. I mean, one, I don't really think that any of the administrations of the last 20 years have been particularly good in terms of individual liberties.
Like, no one's
performance
arrested
for the
someone
lower and
for
middle
saying
income
words.
class. Yeah, but you have other pretty egregious examples. I mean, you
Why
have
are we
Obama.
pivoting from that though? That's kind of fucking insane that people were arrested for expressing opinions. It's like unprecedented.
Well, the other part too is I haven't really been able to finish too many of my thoughts because you're interrupting. So I'd prefer to just go
I
to the
just
next
like to
one.
stay on the topic we're on. That's why I interrupt.
Yeah, and I already told you my point and that I disagree with you. Because if you've read the Facebook files and you've read the emails between the administration and Facebook, and you think that all of those are completely just, these are people trying to do good, this has nothing to do with
I didn't say
stomping
that.
free speech or essentially stopping conversation that is.
You don't have to straw man me.
How is that a straw man? I'm not sure
I
what you're
never said
talking
this
about.
is all good and all these emails are great. I said I want transparency because I think these things should have oversight. I just don't think it's a free speech question. And
Okay, so you think it was an issue or you don't think it's an issue?
I think it was a minor issue.
Okay, and you don't think that the federal government reaching out to the platforms that people use for social media in the company and talking about you have to remove this, you have to remove this, if people say this, they can't say this, you don't think that's a freedom of speech issue?
No, because they didn't say you have to do anything.
Okay, yeah, then we
because
just, okay,
there was no
so
compulsion.
I respect your opinion. I just disagree
This
on
is
this
just
point.
not a
So
matter
what
of
would your next
opinion.
point
It's a
be?
matter of descriptive reality. Like, was anyone punished for not obliging with these
And
requests?
yeah, and so this is where I really differ from people like me and you, or people like you. I personally think that it's okay if you view it differently than me. But now
do I.
you've taken it the next step and say, no, you don't, because you just said this isn't a matter of your opinion. This is a matter of
I think
descriptive
it's okay
reality.
that
And
you're
so
wrong.
I'm not
I
allowed
just
to
would
draw
like
my
to
own
flesh
conclusion
out.
of the reality that I'm living in.
I think it's okay that
I drew a
think you're
different
wrong.
conclusion than you, and now you're saying that I'm wrong, and so I shouldn't have my
I'm
opinion.
just interrogating that conclusion because it seems like absurd to me, with all due respect.
Yeah, I just disagree with you on this one.
I need a reason for that.
I disagree with you because of what I just explained. I think that if the federal government reaches out in any capacity to any platform and says, I want you to remove the speech of an individual citizen of the United States on that platform, I think that that violates free speech.
Like legally, or like the spirit of free speech?
I think it's wrong. I think that the administration
What's the
shouldn't be
different
doing that.
question?
I think legality, I mean, yeah, you could get into the legality of these kinds of things,
Like, we're
but I
talking
think
about the
any
First
American
Amendment, to be
president
clear.
who believes in free speech, if they would reach out to any platform and say, this is a citizen of our country, they said this about COVID, they said this about whatever it is, and say, I want you to remove this because it's misinformation, that is a violation of free speech, in my opinion. So that's why I disagree with you.
I'm just trying
That's
to
my
clarify.
exact point.
Is that a
There's
violation
no
of
clarifying
the
to
First
do.
Amendment?
I just explained my point. I don't have to answer any more questions
It's just
about
a
it.
very vague point, and I feel like you're being a little bit dishonest.
It's not very vague. It's actually very specific. If any administration in the United States at any point
What was the violation?
reaches out to a platform like a social media company.
I understand that you've said that like 3 times at this point. I'm just saying, like, is that against
Okay,
the
so
First
what's vague
Amendment?
about it? What is vague about that?
You're not saying if it's against the First Amendment or not.
Yeah, I'm saying I think that it violates or infringes upon the First Amendment, freedom of speech. Yes.
Maybe I'm wrong here. Didn't someone try to take this to court and the judges were like, this case like doesn't was it standing or evidentiary? Like, what would the court case here be? What's the like? I'm just saying that under any legal scrutiny, there was no free speech violation here. Like,
Sure,
this
I don't
wouldn't hold up
need
in
a
any
federal
court.
judge, or I don't need a specific entity in the country to tell me whether or not it's a
I know you don't need it.
infringement of
I'm
free
just saying
speech.
to
It's very
the
simple. I have a
legitimacy.
brain. I can use my own brain and decide that for myself.
That's fine. I'm just saying in terms of like the legitimacy of the opinion.
Sure, it's legitimate because it's my opinion, and if you don't think it's legitimate, you don't have to think it's legitimate.
Okay, I just wish we could get in. I wish you could like address my criticism instead of just repeating your point. But I guess we can move on.
Well, the fact that a judge has a different opinion on me, I mean, they're looking at basically the same circumstance that I'm looking at in terms of the general facts. And if they come to a different conclusion, then they interpret free speech differently than me. So their interpretation of these kinds of things can differ from mine.
I would just.
But that doesn't
assume-
mean that my point is any less valid or my point is any less based
I would
in
disagree.
reality.
I would say that I'm not just attacking you. I think both of our points are probably less valid than someone who went to law school and studied constitutional law and understands what the First Amendment actually is.
Sure, and that's your opinion. Yeah, that's your opinion.
But everything is everyone's opinion, but we have to have some form of actually hashing these things out, right?
I mean, I think that the simplest form of hashing it out is to say that I think that free speech covers all speech, even misinformation. I think it covers hate speech. And so
I agree.
I don't think that the federal government, if they are in any way, shape, or form in the business of reaching out to platforms or they themselves reaching out and saying, you can't say this, or we need to have this removed from circulation to where other people can't see it, they are infringing on your free speech. If
This is
you
where
don't believe
I
that,
take
then you
issue
just
with
don't
your
really
premise.
care for free speech.
The government expressing an opinion on what they would like to see not on social media, they're not making anyone do anything.
Yeah, but the very nature of expressing their opinion to the platform it's in and of itself kind of like a request. And when you take into an account that the federal government is the one reaching out, there's kind of like a implicit, hey, if you don't do what we want to do, our relationship might be a little bit more difficult. We might be a little bit more difficult with you in our relationship. So even though you're just asking, and even though the words don't break any laws, if I use just a little bit of critical thinking, I can come to the conclusion that obviously, even though they're requesting it, there's obviously pressure behind what they're asking. So if you were to not comply, for instance, you could probably anticipate a little bit of issues with them.
I don't think that that's implied when they did reject many requests and the government didn't really change anything about what they were doing.
Sure. And what about the ones that they did accept? Because you keep saying that half number, but what about the ones that they did accept?
Those were probably requests that they felt also violated their own TOS and they didn't want that stuff on their platform, which is their right as a private company. So the government brought it to their attention and they said, okay.
Sure. Okay. That's your opinion.
Yeah, and it feels like a much
Publisher
more
versus
well-substantiated
platform. Right
opinion.
back to that point. So if we disagree on that, we're not going to agree on the rest of it.
Okay, I don't understand why we hit this bedrock where you refuse to like engage further, but I guess that's fine. Did you want to debate then the people being arrested for expressing anti-Israel opinions? Is that okay, or do you think that's bad?
I think that's bad. I think it's terrible. I think that is infringing. That is that's against free speech, and so I'm completely against that.
Do you think that that's a orders of magnitude bigger violation of free speech than anything Biden ever did?
I don't really think about it in terms of orders of magnitude of free speech. I think that as soon as free speech cracks in any sense, like meaning it's the truth. I think that as soon as absolute free speech doesn't exist, I think that you no longer have free speech. You have limited speech.
I don't buy that we're unironically saying that it's the same category of thing. On the one hand, to say, hey, Twitter, can you please remove this one tweet about hydroxychloroquine versus, hey, you're under arrest for expressing opinions. I don't believe that you would honestly say these are in the same category.
I think that you could make the argument that either of them are as bad as the other.
How? Please make that argument.
Sure. So like if I were to play devil's advocate and I was going to play both sides here, I would say that cracking down on anti-Israel is this is the worst, right? This is the worst because this is a direct violation. You have people who are protesting, whether it's on a campus or whether it's wherever they're at. They're allowed to say what they want to say. And if they want to say something negative against the state of Israel, they should be allowed to say it. And anybody who would ever throw you in jail or threaten to deport you because of what you said is simply un-American. Okay. True. Now, if we went over to the other example, I could say, well, one of the things that makes it particularly egregious with the Biden administration and the Facebook files is that at the time, and this is all obviously speaking 2020, but now we actually can confirm that the majority of the things that they wanted Facebook to censor due to misinformation, some of those things were actually not inaccurate. So it actually did like a public service or a public disservice. So you could actually make the argument that because people were not getting some of the information, that maybe people lost their lives. I think that the other really, really difficult part about this is that the federal government, it's not even just getting into free speech, it's also getting into medical practice because they were censoring and they were taking down posts of people who are accredited doctors. So I think that one of the most egregious things,
like medical facts that were taken down from Twitter.
Yeah, I mean, one of the easy medical facts is that there were things that were working for some people, not that they worked for everybody, but that they did actually work for some people. I can't remember exactly what the name of the chemical is. I'm not a doctor.
Ivermectin?
It was. I think it was a combination of those and one or two of the other things. But sure, I mean, like you can literally find
RCTs showing that those were effective.
Listen, I'm not talking about a specific chemical, but there are other things. I mean, there were people who were saying that the masking doesn't work. They were saying that the social distancing doesn't work. There were people talking about herd immunity and the vaccines and the efficacy of the vaccines. Some of those things ended up being completely accurate. There were people talking about the side effects of the vaccine. Several of those vaccines are actually ended up being pulled due to safety violations. So at the same time that they're pulling people from social media who are saying, so-and-so had an adverse reaction, you shouldn't go get this vaccine, at the exact same time, they're censoring these posts and then they're collecting data and then a week later they're pulling the vaccine.
Give me examples of these posts that are making very benign comments like, I don't think masks work, and then they get taken down?
And now you're just arguing that none of these posts exist in the first place.
No,
so
I just have a hard time. You're painting a very specific picture that I just don't really buy.
Yeah. So, okay. So do you think that there were people out there who are saying, I think that these vaccines maybe have been sped through the process and I think that they could potentially be dangerous? Do you think any post like that ever got taken down?
I don't think anyone who's anti-vax talks like that. You're talking in such like couched, like, it's my opinion that they were like, fuck the vaccine, they're evil, they're microchips. Like, that's what it was. It was a lot more full-throated with their chest. Like, it wasn't these.
So now you're
carefully
speaking on,
crafted
so you're speaking in absolutes and you're saying this is exactly what it was. And you're saying that what I'm saying didn't occur.
No,
And
I'm
that's
asking
your
you for
argument.
examples
So
of what
that's
you're
your
saying
reality.
occurring, because in my experience, most anti-vax tweets are
Robert
not like
Robert
they're not
Malone
using
was a
cute
pretty
language
easy
like
one.
that.
Yeah, Robert Malone was a pretty easy one. He's a pretty popular doctor on X. I'm not a big follower of the guy, but he was certainly shadow banned and discredited. There was all kinds of stuff against him when he was coming out against the vaccines.
Sure, Robert Malone was like wrong about a lot of the stuff he said though. So why is that?
Are you a doctor?
No, did I claim to be? A
Okay,
doctor?
so what research have you seen that completely disproves what he said?
RCTs on the COVID vaccine and the fact that we've had those vaccines out for years now and none of these side effects that people claim are going to happen, like mass deaths of hundreds of millions of people, that should never ended up happening.
Okay, so you know all of his claims as well. So you follow him?
I didn't say all of his claims are fake. I'm sure he claimed the sky is blue, and I'd agree with him on that. I'm saying the statements he was making during COVID that were getting media attention that I'm assuming were under the ire of Twitter. If I take your premise for even being true, I'm assuming these weren't like very medically backed tweets, because everything I've seen from him in that context is calling into question the efficacy of vaccines that were efficacious.
Sure. I mean, I don't know. I mean, if you believe that government officials are more medically or more inclined to speak on medical issues than doctors, then that's your opinion. I just
I
disagree.
never made that claim.
Well, he's a doctor, and government officials were speaking against him, saying that he's
a
wrong. So
doctor.
you get to choose which one you'd like to do.
He's a doctor who has been
Sure.
proven
Yeah, well,
by
and
other
that's kind
more
of another thing.
qualified
Yeah. So
doctors
the
to
doctors
not-
who came out on, okay, so just think about this.
Yeah.
The doctors who came out and they agreed with the big pharmaceutical companies that are in the revolving door of the FDA with our government, the people who agreed with the people who were at the FDA and who are at these billion-dollar vaccine companies who have liability protections, those people, they were like, hey, these people are heroes. Any of the doctors who had any skepticism at all about the vaccine, those people were labeled anti-science, anti-vaccine. They were shadow banned. Their accounts were deleted. So it's like
Skepticism
you
about
can't
the
really play
vaccine?
both sides here. You get to either you get to choose one of the side.
I
Either it
just feel like
happened
you're
and you
painting
don't
a
like it, or
very
you
weird
disagree
picture
with
where
it.
pro-vaccine people were like, you must get the vaccine, and everyone else was like, listen, I just want to have a reasonable conversation about the possible side effects. No, the anti-vax people were talking about 5G towers and microchips and World Economic Forum. You will own nothing and love everything. Like, I don't know if you remember what the right-wing
Yeah,
COVID
not
rhetoric was
dude.
like.
Do you really? Okay, let me just ask you this seriously, and let me finish the question before you start responding.
Mm-hmm.
So, do you genuinely, in your heart of hearts, do you seriously believe that every single person who had any hesitation at all to go get the vaccine for COVID-19, do you really genuinely think that every single person who had any issue with that is a 5G tower QAnon
made that claim.
conspiracist? That's what you were just basically saying.
No, I was talking about what would have been the
No,
subject.
but you said
of Twitter.
everybody on that side was
I'm saying
QA.
the types of tweets
That's
that'd
what
be
you just
taken
said.
down were probably the crazy 5G shit, and not someone
Yeah,
very
not my
casually
experience.
saying. And that's why I asked you for examples. I'm not even making a claim. I'm saying I have a hard time believing it. If you have an example of someone tweeting, "Hey man, I don't know about the whole mask thing, but what do I know?" and then their tweet gets taken down by Biden, I'd say, okay, that's pretty bad. I just don't buy that
Okay.
that happened.
Okay, so
And I asked you for examples.
Yeah. Well, I don't want to get out of the app and then have to be searching around on my phone.
I just
It kind of
feel like
makes
you
this
have
like,
at least one
really
example if
bad.
you're making such a hyper-specific claim.
Okay. Well, here, how about we do it this way? This is the easier way to do it. So if somebody posted on Facebook, this is really easy. I mean, this is actually where we can meet in the middle, and I'm trying to find that common ground with you. So if there were, for instance, anybody that posted on Facebook and said, I'm not sure about the vaccine, I'm worried about side effects, I've read things that concern me, if any of those kinds of posts at all were ever taken down or shadow banned, right, would you agree that that is that goes against the spirit of free speech, and that Facebook and the Biden administration should not have been coordinating and taking down any of those posts if they existed?
Sure.
Great. Okay, so we agree. I just have seen them. I know that they exist.
I
You
just feel
don't
like
seem to
I've been
know
a
that
lot
they
more
exist, so I agree.
intellectually honest than you have in this conversation. That's what's kind of bugging me. Is that
Well, now you're attacking my character after I asked you to find middle ground. So very
Sure,
odd thing to do after
I'm
I
not
find middle
attacking your
ground to
character. I'm
insult me,
attacking
but
the
that's
way.
your
I'm not
method
attacking
too.
your character. I'm attacking the way you've engaged
You
in this
just did.
conversation, and I can explain why I've made that attack. It just I don't believe that anyone being honest can say that these posts being silenced by a private company, allegedly at the behest of Biden, is even in the same universe as a man being handcuffed and dragged away from his pregnant wife for saying words. This is like, I don't believe.
You would make the case that one is more extreme than the other, and that's totally
Like,
fine.
no,
I
they're
wouldn't really be inclined to
categorically
disagree
different.
with you on that, but I mean, I do think that it does a disservice to my point to sit here and say, well, because that one's worse, this one's really not that bad, and so we should excuse it. I think both are pretty bad, and I
No,
think that we should
wouldn't even say
call
worse.
both
I
out.
would say they're categorically different things. Only one of those is a First Amendment violation.
That's your opinion, and that's totally okay. I don't think that that's an insane opinion. I can see where you're coming from. I just personally disagree with you.
Okay, I just think it's an insane opinion to say that this thing you're saying that Biden did
Okay.
has anything to do with the
Does
First
everyone have to
Amendment.
agree with you on everything?
I didn't say that.
Why does it bother you so much that I
This is
disagree
what
with
I
you? a
mean
little
about
bit?
like intellectually dishonest.
It's not intellectually dishonest. I've
To
explained
say
my
that
point. You disagree with me, which is
recommending
okay.
things to a private company is a First Amendment issue?
Yeah, the federal government recommending what speech they allow on platforms, that's problematic. Yeah, duh.
I'm not asking if it's problematic. Is it a violation of the First Amendment?
In the spirit of the First Amendment, yeah, in my opinion,
The
it is.
spirit of the First. You not see
Again,
what you're
now you
doing
want to
right
argue
now?
the
I
legality.
feel like
That's
you're really
completely
squirming.
acceptable. Yeah, publisher. Okay, if you have the liability protection, sorry, you have to enforce free speech rules. That's how it works. Unless it's a direct call for violence.
No, they have terms of service. That's not how it works.
Yeah, okay, well, your terms of service, if you get the liability protections as a platform, your terms of service cannot preclude free speech because you get liability protections because you're supposed to have free speech. Duh, that's how it works.
Yes, you're saying it's illegal for them to have terms of service on content? That's just not
No,
true.
I'm not saying that it's illegal to have terms of service. I'm just saying that if you use your terms of service to enforce what the federal government wants in terms of censorship of posts, that's not really a terms of
Other way
service.
around,
That's just
you
legal
understand
jargon allowing the federal government to censor people.
You understand the federal government is saying, hey, this violates your terms of service. That's what these requests were.
Okay, yeah. So if the federal government is in the business of policing Facebook posts for violating their terms of service, we have a pretty big issue.
It's not policing, though.
Oh, okay. Okay.
a
All right. Here we go.
request.
Okay. Let me ask you this. Okay. So what you just said, right? If we want to roll back the clip, we can roll it back. So if the federal government is pointing out to Facebook executives that specific posts that they've seen violate Facebook's term of service, would you consider that policing or no?
I'd consider they're requesting something.
Again, yeah, exactly. You won't say the word, you won't concede it, even though I'm completely fair
Because
here
it's
and I'm
not
completely
policing.
right.
No
because
one's
you're just
facing
begging to
legal
disagree to disagree.
consequences.
Yeah. Okay.
What does policing mean to you? Just asking someone, pretty please take down this tweet is policing?
Yeah. Okay. All right. Again, I mean, have you read the emails? Should we pull up the emails and go through them?
You want to go through
You
every
wanna do that?
single email from the Twitter files?
Have you read them?
I read them when this first happened. Yeah, what was Matt Taibbi and those people, right? Yeah.
Okay, so you read them and nothing really stuck out as
You keep
problematic.
strawmanning me. This is why I'm saying you're being intellectually dishonest.
No, I just asked you a question. That's not a straw man.
You're saying I said nothing stuck out, no problem. I'm not asking if it's a problem.
I didn't
if it
say
stuck
that. I
out.
said, so you read them and
From
nothing
the
stuck out?
beginning of this
Question mark?
conversation, the question has been the First Amendment, legal violations of the First Amendment. And every time I try to corner you on like, was this a legal violation of the First Amendment? I don't get an answer from you. I get it's the spirit. It's a problem. Like,
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a complex answer because I think that it ultimately goes back to the platform be publisher.
I didn't say that to you when you asked me if there was an
example.
example of this, would it be wrong? I unequivocally said yes. This is why I think you're not being as good faith as I'm being, right? That's my issue here, is you just can't say that very obvious, not controversial thing, and you're not giving me a reason as to why.
It's not.
It's
What
just-
do you
it's-
mean?
it's
Say
just-
that
it's
very
just
obvious,
disingenuous. I'm sorry.
non-controversial.
That's just like extremely disingenuous. You can say that you don't like the government-made requests. It's not a legal First Amendment violation. Hey, how old are you?
32.
And do you disagree that Trump is destroying America?
Similar to your last guest, no more than any other president.
Okay, so do you want to pick up on the last conversation? Do you think any other president had people arrested for expressing opinions?
I can't point to one specifically, but I
Because
think
that didn't happen before.
no, yeah, and I disagree with that, and I don't think it's good. But I do think that the suppression of social media posts can be as bad, if not worse.
How?
If I can give you a hypothetical, let's say
Well, hold on, not a happen. Something that actually happened, right? Because you're saying that I guess Biden was also anti-free speech just as much as Trump. I'm guessing.
I mean, he's guilty of suppressing free speech because his administration, like you said.
Well, he's not guilty of suppressing free speech.
I'm saying he did that, though, is what I mean by guilty.
Sure. Let me just clarify your claim. Are you saying that Biden violated the First Amendment with this stuff, or you just don't like how his administration behaved?
Yeah, if you're looking for like legal terminology, and I'm not a legal scholar or
Sure,
anything.
I'm not asking to
but
be a legal scholar. The reason I bring up the First Amendment is I'm talking about we have constitutional rights in this country, right? When those
Right.
constitutional rights are violated, that is
Right.
something very, very different than politics as usual. That's my issue with Trump.
No, I understand, and I think in court, someone, a lawyer, could make the argument for indirect coercion to pressure a company to suppress speech.
I believe someone tried to make that argument. Someone brought it up in the comments. It was Missouri
That was me.
versus. Were you the one that brought up the Missouri case?
No.
Who brought up
Never
the
mind,
Missouri
it wasn't me.
case? Because someone did try to take Biden to court for this, and it just didn't go anywhere. Murphy versus Missouri. Let's see what
I'm
that
saying
case was about.
Was it appealed? You know,
I'm looking into it. Murphy versus Missouri. Missouri versus Biden was a case in the Supreme Court of the United States involving First Amendment, the federal government, and social media. The states of Missouri and Louisiana, led by Missouri's AG, filed suit against the U.S. government. They claimed the federal government pressured social media companies to censor conservative views and criticism of the Biden administration in violation of the First Amendment. The government said it had only made requests, not demands. The social media operators removed misinformation. And let's see how that ended up. So this is the argument you're making, right? This was directly made in court. They lacked legal standing in a 6-3 decision in the Supreme Court. So even Trump-appointed judges said no. Amy Coney Barrett said the plaintiffs failed to demonstrate a concrete, particularized, and imminent injury that was directly traceable to the government's actions and could be redressed by a favorable ruling.
I mean, without seeing the details of the case, I mean,
Hold
there's a
tight
lot
real
of
quick. I gotta
nuances,
let my dog
but-
out. Just give me 1 second.
Yeah, I got you.
Okay. So, I mean, the exact argument you're making to me right now is the argument that was... Wait.
They said indirect coercion was what they took it to court for?
They took it to court to saying that Biden was suppressing conservative speech and anti-Biden speech on social media, and they had no standing in the Supreme Court. And again, Trump-appointed justices said this as well. So this has been tested in court, and it just didn't hold up.
I mean, I don't think that disproves that suppressing social media posts can be a violation of free speech, though.
I think in
I mean,
every
if
relevant way
it didn't hold up
disproves it.
in one particular court,
The highest
I
court in the
think-
land, which is
but I can-
conservative majority.
you said it was taken to the Supreme Court?
Yeah, and the Supreme Court is the court that said it lacked standing. And again, this is a conservative, Trump-aligned court. This is the same court that gave Trump full criminal immunity. It's not like a biased court in any way. I mean, biased in Trump's favor.
I mean, I'd have to read up on the specific case. I mean, we just read through it together for like 30 seconds, but I mean, it's still a dangerous act. So even if we're just talking about the spirit of free speech, it's still a dangerous door to open. And I can give you a hypothetical, and like I know you want to stay away from that, but if Trump decided during the next election that every Democratic post, campaign, every campaign ad, everything should be suppressed, and it influences the election,
I
would
agree
you
that
not
that would
agree
be
that
bad.
that is more dangerous than an isolated incident of a person being arrested for their free speech?
More dangerous? I don't know. I think when we're talking about government power, people being arrested is a very different question than social media. I'd say it's bad. It's a problem for sure. And there's
If it influenced the outcome of an election?
How would we know if that influenced the outcome of the election? How would you draw that causal link?
So you're telling me if like
Is this
in the
in relation
last
to the
election,
Biden
if
laptop thing?
all like Harris ads were taken off TikTok, Instagram, all of them, and she lost the election, you're telling me that wouldn't have any
I'd say it's a big
impact on it?
problem. I just said it'd be a big problem.
No, I agree it'd be a big problem.
But
I mean,
I
we
know
don't
if it'd be
disagree
a-
there,
if
but
private companies did it, I don't think it'd be a free speech violation. I think it'd be like a big scandal. But
I think it's dangerous. Like I don't.
I
Not
guess
really.
your hypothetical is dangerous. I
Not
guess
really.
your hypothetical is dangerous, but like that's why I wanted to stay kind of rooted in reality here. Is like someone
But
being arrested for expressing an opinion, dragged away from their pregnant wife, is just not the same as the Biden admin saying, "Hey, can you guys please remove some posts about ivermectin?" And then Twitter says, "No, we're not going to do that for half of them anyways." That's just like
But
not comparable.
it wasn't just the conversation surrounded around COVID. It was anything that was considered election denial. There was a lot of it, my understanding, and I haven't read up on it, so I can't
The Hunter
speak to
Biden
any
laptop
spec-
stuff as well, I'm guessing.
Yep. So if things like that were suppressed, I can definitely see an argument where it
Sure. So
impacted the
the Hunter
outcome of an
Biden
election.
laptop situation as well is one of those where it's like Twitter has a rule, and I believe there's just laws against this, that you can't be posting nudes of people against their consent on social media. So like this idea that MAGA accounts had the right to post Hunter Biden's dick pics on Twitter in the 2020 election against his consent that leaked, I don't know where that idea comes from. I think it makes complete sense that stuff was censored.
I get that, but it's a violation of the government's role to step in and police their policies.
Well, hold on, revenge porn is illegal, right?
Yeah.
So like if there's pictures of political figures being posted near an election, why wouldn't the social media company want to take that down?
Yeah, in a vacuum, that sounds nice, but when it's the leading candidate for the Democratic Party's son's dick pics being posted, it kind of changes the
He stops
context.
having rights. You can just leak his nudes now.
I'm not saying that, but there was definitely more influence besides his desire for fighting against revenge porn. Like this wasn't a fight against revenge porn, and you know it. That's being intellectually dishonest.
There was also a question of whether a foreign actor did this because Russia interfered with our 2016 election. So you're making a stronger case. You're right. There was multiple reasons to take those things down. One was just that it was illegal to share those pictures. One was that it might have been foreign intervention.
But they turned out to be true.
That it was his dick in the picture. I mean, I guess it. Yeah. What do you mean? What turned out to be true?
Like the allegations that were being censored as misinformation regarding Hunter Biden.
They weren't just censored as misinformation. They were censored as this is someone's private information being leaked online against their consent. That's okay with you?
It was more than just. I mean, no, it's not. But I'm not going to be able to convince you of their motive, even though like it's laid out right there.
I would want
like,
some evidence of the
it's
motive
lead-
here.
I mean, like I said, I'd have to read up more on it because I started off before I said, I didn't even know if that was even accurate that they were suppressing that. But
Sure. I don't believe that. Again, the Biden administration was a uniquely, well, how will I say this? Anti-corruption administration. I mean, again, like for example, Biden's own administration investigated him. They investigated his son. That's not what you do when you're pulling the string. Like, I don't buy it that somehow, by the way, Biden was not even president in 2020. Trump was president. So I guess it's anti-free speech for the Biden campaign to request Twitter that they take down pictures of Hunter Biden. But then when Biden's actually president, all of a sudden he's allowing his DOJ to investigate Hunter and investigate himself. That to me seems more like there was no evil conspiracy from Biden here. It's just that suspicious information coming out near an election that may have been foreign in origin was suppressed to be on the safe side. And that even if Biden did ask for this, he was just a candidate at the time, not the president.
wait, when you say to be on the safe side, like what do you mean to be on the safe side?
Err on the side of caution that if there's foreign intervention in our elections again, you probably don't want them to do that. I mean, I don't know if you saw what's been happening on Twitter recently where Musk has finally opened up where people's accounts were made, and it turns out a lot of these accounts are like in Nigeria and India and Vietnam. They're bot farms that are just foreign
But like
intervention.
if Russia tomorrow leaked the Epstein files, I wouldn't see that as inherently bad. So like
Neither would
if Russia is exposing true stories about Hunter Biden, why is that necessarily bad and something that deserves to be suppressed?
What do you mean true story? I mean, again, what is the story? I mean, these are pictures and videos. of
I
Hunter
don't
Biden.
think I mean I definitely saw pictures of Hunter Biden like not nude, like in his underwear is fair game or whatever. You know what I'm saying?
Is that fair game though?
I would
I'm genuinely asking. My gut. I don't think you can.
To be honest, I don't know legally,
Sure,
but
but me neither.
I
just
don't
think that it's right, and I doubt that it's legal that you can just steal people's personal pictures and post them on social media. That makes logical sense to me that was taken down.
I guess when it fits the narrative, it does. But like when it's your son, like you have extra motivation to do it, and I don't think it was I think it was a violation. I think it was an overreach of the government.
Just to be clear, like Biden wasn't even president. This was like the election before he won. So like, would you be mad at Trump then?
I mean, whoever pressured social media to remove those is who I'd be upset with. And like I said, I'm not a Trump apologist.
A private campaign, right? I mean, that's not even free speech at that point. It's just like a private campaign making a request.
That's fair. I'll read up on it, and I'll follow more of these just because I'll follow the timeline.
No worries.
Do you want to hit any other points?
Do you support his deportation agenda, Trump's?
Yes.
How do you feel about the fact that in just, what has it been, like a little over 10 months that Trump has been in office, that 170 U.S. citizens have been detained? Many of them could not call a lawyer or their own family members. And just to put that into perspective, from 2015 to 2020, that 5-year period, in total, 120 U.S. citizens were detained by ICE. And in 10 months alone, Trump's done 170, and they're not being given basic due process rights. What? I would assume you said it's like horrible, right?
I think it's wrong. Like, I don't think that everything ICE does is good. I can't advocate for each ICE individual.
The point that I'm making is like
same way
there
I
was a
can't speak up
change
for
in
bad
ICE
police
policy,
officers.
And when ICE changed their policy, all of this really bad shit started happening.
What was the specific change?
They were told to stop going after people with criminal records and instead do a quota system, which incentivized them to start going to immigration courthouses, going through tax returns, and going after people who are documented asylum seekers, green card holders, in some cases citizens who are just brown or speak Spanish. And in other cases, again, you have people who are paying taxes. They've been here for like 10 years, and they've been contributing, and they also get brutalized and deported instead of going after actual hardened criminals.
Well, my understanding is the vast majority of people that like the left would consider having their due process stripped away are just falling under expedited removals, which is a policy that Barack Obama used.
Sure.
I understand that Trump expanded it to 2 years, but I think the context of the situation is different when a vast majority of them just came in over the last 5 years.
I have no
We're talking
issue.
like 10 million.
Sure, I have no issue with expedited removal. That actually also involves due process, which is that when you're subject to expedited removal, you can request a credible fear interview. And if you pass a credible fear interview, you get scheduled for an immigration court date. And what they're doing is they're going to immigration courthouses. They're ambushing people who had a scheduled court date with a judge. They call the judge and say, hey, as the DHS, we're dropping the case against this person, which puts that person into legal limbo, even though they followed all the rules. And then
It makes it easier to use the expedited removal, correct?
Well, that very well may be illegal. I mean, is that not predatory to you, if not illegal?
I mean,
someone who's not eligible for expedited removal, you lure them into a courthouse, and then you just tell them, haha, fuck you, we're dropping the case, you're going back home. Like, that's...
Well, if the reason they're not eligible for expedited removal is because they have a pending court case,
Yes.
and the pending court case doesn't benefit... My big premise here is, like, I don't have a problem with immigration. I just think it's a tool that needs to benefit the nation, and I no longer think it's benefiting us. I think it's actually hurting us
Here's
when
the
we
thing.
have mass numbers.
If someone doesn't have a valid asylum claim, they'll go to an immigration court and the judge says, you're out of here. You're getting deported, deportation order, and then they get deported. That's fine. But why are we punishing people who try to follow the rules? Like, what kind of incentive structure did that create where they're doing data sharing with the IRS, so specifically targeting immigrants who pay taxes and then who show up to court? That's like the worst example you could set.
I want to touch on the taxes too, but as far as it being predatory, I don't know. I think it's within our right to utilize our system the way we need to accomplish what we need
Wouldn't
to.
that be like going after actual dangerous criminals instead of asylum seekers?
I think expedited removals, I think if you've been in the country for 2 years or less, you have less standing than someone that's been here for 10 years.
Sure, that's fine. I'm just saying, like, when ICE is choosing who to deport, I'd rather have them go after people that have actually committed crimes in the country than people who are seeking asylum. That just seems like a waste of resources.
I think that should be priority one as well. But I think
But they've changed it.
priority
It used to
number
be priority
two.
one, now it's not. That's my issue.
But I think priority two should still be expedited removals at 2 years or less,
Sure,
like
I'm saying
criminal
that's
or not.
that's their priority one and only priority. I mean, literally, they took a quarter of DEA agents, hundreds of FBI and DHS anti-terrorism agents, anti-trafficking agents, people who dedicate their life to looking for human traffickers, drug traffickers, terrorists. Those people have been moved away from doing that important work and instead sent to Home Depots and 7-Elevens to harass brown people who may or may not be undocumented. That just seems unhinged to me.
Yeah, and honestly, like I'd like to know more from the inside perspective, just because I find it hard to believe. Like some of the narrative that's being pushed is that like they're just anybody that's brown, they're in the middle of the street just grabbing anybody, and I would like to think they're being a little bit more strategic than that.
I don't
So
know. I mean,
again, something else
here's
I'd
the
have to
thing,
do
is
more
when
research
Trump
on,
first-
but
yeah. When Trump
it's-
first came into office, there were reports coming in from the New York Post, which is like a right-wing news outlet, that there were people who were working in ICE that started resigning and leaving because they were like, dude, they're telling us to do really weird stuff. Like, we usually go after like gang members and shit, and they're telling us to go after like random mothers and like children. And like they were reporting on ICE morale being collapsing when Trump came in. They fired a lot of those ICE people, replaced a lot of them resigned, and they're now being replaced with people who are new ICE agents who in many cases are not being given proper background checks. They end up having domestic violence in their criminal history. They end up being tied to extremist groups in some cases. I mean, one of the former heads of ICE said that they're very worried that what the Trump admin is doing right now is hiring a lot of Oath Keepers and Proud Boys into ICE and not background checking them, which at that point it's like, oh, we're firing career civil servants, we're replacing them with like white nationalist and right-wing extremist groups and criminals, and then we're not actually going after criminals, we're going after random people just to run up the numbers. That seems like a pretty bad thing.
so you're making the argument that we've abandoned pursuing illegal criminals and just refocus our
I'm not
entire
making the
efforts
argument.
on.
That's what Stephen Miller told the heads of ICE. There's like reporting on this. He had like a tantrum. He was like, stop making fucking suspect lists. Go to 7-Eleven. Go to Home Depot. This isn't rocket science. Because basically, the Trump admin was mad that their numbers weren't very high. They didn't care about the severity of the crimes. They wanted to just hit high numbers of deportations. And Stephen Miller told them, if you actually go through the work of investigating and looking for criminals, that takes a lot longer and you get less people. If we just go after anyone and everyone, then we can run up those fucking numbers. And that's what I care about.
Okay, but whether it's we can agree that criminals should be priority one.
That's America last.
Okay, I mean we should agree that it's priority one, but do you agree that expedited removal should be priority two?
If
Or do you
someone
think
qualifies for it?
Yeah, they've been in the
Sure.
within the country less than 2
Sure.
years.
Sure, if they don't pass a credible fear interview, because again, if someone's eligible for expedited removal, they still get to request a credible fear interview, and if they pass that interview, they get put into standard removal proceedings.
Yeah, but you understand that since 66% of asylum claims get denied, with 10 million just coming in, that's like 6 million deportations. I don't deny that, but I'm saying you would be okay deporting 6 million. Assuming the numbers that I gave you are correct, you'd be okay deporting 6 million
If
new arrivals.
I don't think that's a number, but if 6 million people, are you talking about gotaways?
No, so if we're saying 60% of asylum claims get denied, so that's 6 in 10.
By a judge.
Yeah, by a
So
judge.
yes, yeah, because a judge, if they deny your asylum claim, they give you a deportation order. So yeah, obviously.
Right. And we agree that the system is so slow. You say we need more judges. I can see how that could be a plausible solution.
Sure, and again, Democrats and Republicans had a bipartisan immigration bill that would have addressed this exact issue, and then Trump called Senate Republicans and said, "Don't vote for this. I need to run on this issue."
Yeah, I mean, if you're, as long as they qualify, which by my numbers would be about 6 million to deport 6 million people over the next,
Sure, I mean, but
not
the
even over
argument
the next.
you're also making is like they need a deportate. That's an expedited removal, right? That's a deportation order from a judge, which
Right.
means they get a different type of due process than someone who gets an expedited removal.
Right. So I won't even put a timer on it and say like by X amount, like as fast as we can get it done, you're okay deporting 6
I want an
million
extremely
undocumented immigrants.
efficient immigration system, meaning if you come here, you seek asylum. If the answer is no, we deport you quickly. If the answer is yes, you get approved quickly.
What is the
That's
number of
efficient.
asylum seekers you'd be willing to take a year, or do you think is acceptable?
I don't think that we've approached that. No, I mean, it depends. It depends. I think, like, if you pass an asylum claim, you should get asylum. Like, if a judge says you get asylum, you get asylum. Are you talking about, like,
So
putting in
if
a
that's
quota
10
or, like,
million,
a cap?
then it should be. Yeah, I mean, do you not think that there's a number that our economy can sustain?
I'm sure you could have a number for, like, how many per year because you want to overwhelm infrastructure. But in terms of just, like, accepting
Right,
the
ballpark
claims,
it.
maybe you could have delayed acceptance. Like, I want an efficient, humane immigration system, meaning it runs smoothly and quickly, things are adjudicated very fast, but also people have due process rights and they're treated fairly.
Yeah, I'm okay with that, but we still have to agree on like how many we take in that efficient system.
I just don't think
if
we're
we make it so
approaching any
efficient
kind
that
of
it's
number
endless.
that would be even approaching anything that's, like, dangerous or, like, could cause issues.
If it was like Biden administration immigration numbers, would that be too much?
If 40% of those people got to get asylum, no.
Well, I disagree. If we have millions of people coming into the country, asylum seekers or not, that still negatively impacts the economy.
No, it's extremely positive for the economy. In fact, mass deportations hurt the economy, including native-born workers.
By what metric?
I can pull this up. I was just researching this for a debate.
Okay. I'll give you my talking my 3 main points why it hurts the economy.
Sure. Here we go. I actually found it. So Trump's mass deportation agenda will result in 6 million job losses, and a little under half of those, I believe 2.7 million of those job losses, are native-born workers. Because oftentimes what people miss when they talk about immigrants come here and they compete with domestic labor. That is true, but what they don't talk about is immigrants come here and they add to demand, aggregate demand. So when an immigrant comes here, and let's say they want to work in construction, it is true that now the native-born American worker is competing with that immigrant for the construction job, but what they miss is that immigrant being here now also puts demand on that same construction company, as well as dozens of other sectors, consumer goods, cars, homes, transportation. So they actually contribute a lot more to demand by coming here, which is a net positive.
Don't prices, isn't when the demand for something is high, when everybody wants it, doesn't the price go up?
Only if there's, like, supply side constraints or if demand is inelastic, but as I'm sure you would say, they're also coming to the labor pool, which would lower the supply side cost and offset that.
But when you're talking, they're disproportionately filling low labor or low skill labor jobs. So that disproportionately hurts
I think we have a
our
serious
GDP
issue.
per capita.
By the way, I think we have a serious issue with these people working under the table and not getting paid minimum wage, not having proper W-2s in order. So I actually think give them amnesty and let them work legally.
And I agree. And like where I differ from most people on the right is I blame the corporations for this. I'm not an anti-capitalist, but I blame capitalism for allowing this to happen, for bringing in mass amounts of people. But I do think that that's the agenda and has been the agenda the whole time, is to have cheap labor. And I think it's unethical to continue to do it.
I totally agree that there's a lot of taking advantage of people that come here undocumented. They get paid under the table. They get paid below minimum wage. They don't get any benefits. The way to
And it
address
doesn't
that
benefit the
is to give
Americans.
them legal work status, right?
So, I mean, what my approach would be similar to what you said. I'd make sure expedited removals. So if we're talking 6 million deported, then anybody else, I'd close the border to 100% to where we control 100% of who comes in and out. I would set the asylum.
Do that.
I mean, it's there now. But
under Biden, I mean, the border encounter started plummeting in June of 2024, and Trump inherited that.
yeah, I'm not, and I'm also talking about a more efficient system than you come here, claim for asylum, you sit here for months and months and months, and like that's not the
agree.
case.
The issue there is that you sit here for months and months and months. I think you should come here, you claim asylum, within 2 to 3 weeks you get an answer.
Right. And then once we've like controlled that 100%, then find a pathway to citizenship for everybody to fully contribute. But
you're a Democrat.
No, I'm not. I'm really not.
You're a Democrat.
I'm really not. I'm really not.
I'm not hearing from you right now that we should pepper
I'm a
spray
populist.
infants and
I'm a
break
populist.
car windows and harass green card holders. I'm not getting that from you right now.
No, but the thing is, like, I'm also like, I don't want to sound like a dick, but I don't really have. Sorry, my girlfriend's making me try this pasta.
Is it good?
I don't have like this like overwhelming sympathy for people that just came into the country, and I think mass immigration has very negative impacts on our society, economy particularly. I think it stagnates wages. I think GDP per capita goes down. I think the price of housing goes up. And when we have a crisis in America, when we have a housing crisis for our veterans, I think the last thing we need to do is bring more people into the system, because it's the same thing as a tourist town. When you bring more people in, the prices go up. So yes, the GDP as a whole goes up, but that doesn't mean per capita that's better for the American people.
They come to consume. They don't come to compete in the labor market because they're tourists. The thing about immigrants that come here is whatever effects you think they have end up being a net positive, because the negative effects are offset by equal and opposite positive effects. For example, again, when you compete with someone in the labor market, you're also increasing the demand for labor as well, which puts upward pressure on wages actually in many cases. And again, we have the Economic Policy Institute that says 6 million job losses. And just one last thing, if you're concerned with housing, the issue there is not immigration, it's that maybe Trump shouldn't tariff lumber and drywall from Canada and Mexico so we can build more houses.
There's a number of things wrong with housing. I think one of the other
Supply
issues
is by far the big one.
Not just that, is hedge fund companies, investment companies can go and buy single family homes, and
that's kind of an issue, but they own like less than 2 or 3% of all these properties anyway. Like I guess I'm against that if they're doing predatory stuff, but like the main issue here is limits on supply.
Dude, I work for the biggest builder in America. That's not a flex or anything. I'm low on the totem pole, but you know what I'm saying, there's not really a supply issue for us. We're building 90,000 homes a year in America.
It depends where you're building them. In places where demand is highest, like New York City and Los Angeles, like the issue we have in this country is that supply and demand are mismatched for housing. So in like a lot of random ass areas, you can get really cheap rent because there's no demand issue there. In places where they have single family zoning, like in California, or they have limits in New York City, like around vertical zoning near like subways and stuff, which Mamdani wants to address. Anytime you start limiting high density housing and you have high demand for people to work there and live there, that's going to put upward pressure. And you look at places like Austin where they address this, and now what you have is these apartment companies are like your first month of rent free, right? Or like no security deposit, like all this stuff, which you have to flip the power balance where the people that want to live there are price setters and not price takers. And again, like if big companies in certain regions are buying up all the homes and doing predatory stuff, obviously I think we should break that up. But like
yeah, I mean, I'm in Northern Virginia, so it could be a
sure, maybe regional areas have like certain issues with that. But like in terms of nationally, why is housing so expensive? It's because this is the conversation no one wants to have. Homeowners hate home buyers. Homeowners want their housing to appreciate. Landlords want rents to go up, right? If it's in your financial interest for your property values to go up, then your incentives are diametrically opposed to people that are entering the housing market. And the way you address that is by doing shit that lowers people's property values and lowers their rents, like building more competition in apartments, building more apartments near single-family suburbs, changing zoning.
So you think the number one issue in housing is lack of supply?
Yes, and right-wing and left-wing economists agree on this. This is a rare issue where there's
I'll
across
grant you that,
the
but
spectrum.
wouldn't increasing the demand by increasing the population exponentially increase the price of housing?
In terms of immigration, actually, no, because these people in many cases are working those same construction jobs that are building these new homes. So I think also you're increasing the labor supply for building houses.
But we're still under the number that we need. So even if bringing them in is creating more, we're still under the threshold that we need to sustain the amount of people we have.
I think you can walk and chew gum at the same time. So I want to see a massive housing project in this country. I think the federal government should be giving incentives to all state and local governments to build a shit ton more private housing and public housing, by the way. And alongside that, we can have an efficient immigration system to let people in.
How many?
That's a very arbitrary, like, I don't know if it's like 999,000 is okay, but 1 million is too much. Like, this is a very arbitrary question. Like, wherever you draw that line is going to ultimately be, like, pretty subjective. I think it should be based on like what can our infrastructure handle, right? So like obviously,
I-
if like
I
100
agree, I
million
agree.
people came overnight, we like our power lines, like we wouldn't have the space for that. But like as long as it's like within a reasonable range, which I think we're at that right now. I don't think we have 50, 60 million people trying to come here at the border. If it's in like the low millions, I think that's fine.
I really think we would hit those numbers if we decided that like that was acceptable, like, and like advertise that we could get those kind of numbers. So I think it's important for our
What kind of
rhetoric to
numbers? Like 50 million people seeking asylum.
I mean, if we're okay, maybe 50 million is exaggerating.
Like I think what we're talking about on the upper end here yearly is like 3 million a year, maybe, which is like a high estimate.
Yeah,
That's fine because,
I think
again,
that would even
our population is declining. Natural born citizens don't even have kids.
Yeah, I think with the inflation and how, in my opinion, how mass immigration affects GDP per capita, I just think it wouldn't be wise to bring in 1 million. So I think I would set that number under 1 million. But like you said, it could be arbitrary, and
But it's
you
positive
could
for
set it
GDP. What is the negative impact this would have on GDP?
GDP per capita.
Sure, on per capita as well. How would that negatively impact GDP? Consumer spending goes up for sure. C plus I plus G plus NX. Consumer spending goes up.
Right. So
And
GDP
private
just
investment goes
measures
up
the size
because
of
consumer
the
spending is
economy.
going up. Government spending goes up. I guess net exports are probably unaffected, but
I mean, it's back to this the example of a tourist town. Like the locals, wherever a tourist town goes up, they hate it. Why? Because
that's
the
not
price of
analogous. A
everything goes
tourist
up.
town is like not at all analogous to immigration.
Say that again?
A tourist town is like a short-term spike in demand. It's not, immigration is like a long-term change in labor supply and aggregate demand.
How is a tourist town short term? I'm confused.
I mean, a lot of these places are operating at peak capacity. Like, for example, I went to Banff in Canada. Like, they're super busy in the fall and early winter, and like in the summer. Other than that, it's like not super busy necessarily, and they are getting increased demand for food. Like food, they're super overpriced, but that's because a tourist town is just getting demand. They're not getting any supply of labor when people come in. No one's going to a tourist town and like buying a house, taking out a mortgage, paying rent, buying groceries. There's like short-term stuff concentrated in like certain months.
But that doesn't necessarily translate to everything. So like maybe housing specifically because they work in construction. But like how does that affect, the cost of food, the cost of
It affects the cost
regular
of like
everyday
restaurant
goods.
food, I guess, and like hotels.
Say that again.
It affects the cost of like food at restaurants, and I guess hotels are affected. But again, when we're talking about immigration, this would be offset by the increase in labor supply as well.
Yeah, I'm not convinced that the labor supply offsets the spiking cost. Like I think. I think that's giving too much credit to corporations to be ethical in that sense.
Sure, I mean, I want solid regulation of corporations. I want high corporate tax rates. That's a different question. But in terms of, it depends on the elasticity of demand, right? Corporations, in some cases, how much they raise their price is a function of how much they can get away with.
Yeah, it's just like
And like the elasticity of demand for like restaurants, especially in like high density areas, is like pretty high, right? Like if you have like a bunch of fast food places and like 10 small business restaurants, like all of that in like a concentrated hub, the effect is lower than if you have like one restaurant for the next 20 miles.
Okay, agree.
And like typically, I'm assuming that when immigrants come in here and people come in here in general, they want to go to high density areas, right? Like Chicago, New York, LA, like places where they can get work. I mean, to the extent that they're going to suburbs and stuff, that's a different question, which goes back to zoning actually. But I've never seen an economic study that shows that immigration, when done properly, is a net negative. Especially when you take into account that like our birth rate is collapsing, and if you want an economy to grow, you need a growing population.
Yeah, no, I don't think the solution to that is bringing in influx of people. I think we should incentivize Americans to reproduce.
We can do both.
By focusing on affordability.
By child tax credit, right, and universal child care.
I mean, we could see what that looks like.
Leave. I think if you have a kid in this country, you shouldn't have to worry about, am I going to be able to spend time with my kid, or I have to go to work? I think parents should be in the house for the first few months of their kid being born, and they should have money to take care of themselves and their baby. That's pro-family.
I'm not against that because I'm pro family
policy.
Not necessarily.
Mamdani ran on universal child care.
No. I like on some of the things Mamdani did and the way he frames things, like raising taxes on corporations just 2%, because that could be sold to them as a net positive, right? Like, we're cleaning up the streets, your business is going to flourish because there's less homeless people. So it's good, and I think that's why his conversation with Trump went well.
I think it's hard not. Trump went well because Trump is very, very easy to flatter.
I mean, I don't know him personally, but I mean,
easy to manipulate.
It makes sense. What he's saying makes sense. There's also, I'm. You know how people like growing up say that they're socially liberal but like economically conservative?
Yeah, like libertarians.
Yeah, if anything, I'm the opposite now. So like I am socially more conservative and then like economically more liberal. I do think we should focus on Americans, but I think we should really focus on Americans and stop trying to be the savior of the world for everybody.
Voting for Democrats, then I mean, Trump is trying to take Americans' health care away and their
you don't understand,
their
bro.
food
I'm
stamps
super
away.
pro-life. I'm super pro-life. I that's one thing.
I mean, at this point, the abortion issue, at least for now, is out of the national question. So I guess go live in a red state and then vote Democrat or something. I don't know.
No, but the thing is, like, I'm not convinced Democrats are anti-billionaire either. Like, when you look, I'm not even not convinced. I know they're not, because, they all accept corporate donations. The real issue is we need to get money out of Washington and
But here's the
lobbyists out of
thing:
Washington.
the only party that supports like getting money out of politics is the Democratic Party right now. I mean,
Yeah,
I guess
but
there's
it's
like
all
to be
performative
fair,
because
there's
they
like
never
Josh
do
Hawley and
anything.
Marjorie Taylor Greene. There's like 2 or 3 Republicans that support it. But in terms of like campaign finance reform, not allowing Congress people to trade stocks, all this stuff, Democrats have been asking for this stuff. Gerrymandering, they've been asking to get rid of that stuff.
It's all performative, dude. Like,
No, they'd vote for this legislation. They proposed it before. Republicans say, fuck you, no. Like, for example, gerrymandering is a big issue in our democracy. Democrats have been in favor of eliminating that political gerrymandering. Republicans say no. Democrats are in favor of campaign finance reform. Republicans say no. Democrats are in favor of banning congressional stock trading. Now, does that mean there aren't corporate Democrats, people that are very captured? Obviously there are. But when we're talking about like legislation, the pro-working class party in terms of policy is obviously the party that wants to expand healthcare access, fund education, build more roads and bridges. Like, I don't see expand the child tax credit, universal child care. And yes, some Democrats are like too right-wing for me, but by and large, Democrats are at least center-left, which at the very least means expand healthcare.
It's tough. And like each topic I could talk about for like an hour, like I've got no problem with SNAP benefits, right? But I feel like we can all have an honest conversation and say SNAP benefits get abused and there should be something we can do about it, right?
Sure,
but then
what we
I
should
can
do
also
about it
say,
shouldn't be Trump cutting off
is it
SNAP benefits right in the middle of the shutdown.
right? Don't throw the baby out with the bathwater. I get that. Agree.
Okay.
But we can also look at stats that show that people on SNAP benefits, on average, spend more per grocery bill than non-SNAP benefit recipients. That to me is a problem.
Not necessarily. It depends what they're doing. I mean, I saw someone on Twitter really upset that people are using SNAP to buy like chocolate chip cookies. I think that that's fine.
Why?
I think little kids should be able to have the joy of having a chocolate chip cookie if they're poor. I don't think that should preclude them from having a sweet treat every now and then.
I mean, every now and then, but I think the conversation around what you see is people aren't necessarily buying cheap meals. They're buying easy meals, like processed foods, things they can throw in the microwave.
Because people are working paycheck to paycheck, yeah. They have no time to be cooking sometimes.
Dude, yeah, I'm Hispanic, so I grew up eating rice and beans with like 99% of my meals.
Mm-hmm.
Like, and mom's working full time. Like, rice
Sure.
takes 20, 30 minutes, dude. The thing is, America is lazy, and we have more of an obesity problem than a famine problem.
Sure,
in
I mean, I don't
America.
disagree. I think the way to address that is like, for example, saying if you use food stamps, you get an extra special discount on like chicken breast and broccoli, like whatever is considered to have a good macronutrient profile. You can make it more subsidized, but we shouldn't ban people who are on SNAP from, you know what, I want to get some Frosted Flakes, I want to get a chocolate cake. Like, sure, it's a free country. And it just because you're poor doesn't mean little Timmy shouldn't have a birthday cake.
I got you. Yo, Adam, it's been a pleasure, dude. Good conversation. I gotta go. My dinner's
All right.
ready. All right.
All right. Shout out to that guy for being respectful, at least. We got Dakota in the request. Dakota, are you a Trump supporter? Yeah, Joseph, I got you. I'm gonna let on friendlies at the end. I want to finish up debates first. And yeah, let's anyone who enjoyed today's live, if you're watching on YouTube or on TikTok, make sure you go to the Discord and the link tree in my bio. Hop on the Discord, join the Discord. By the way, that guy to me is like the median Trump, the average Trump supporter, maybe median Trump supporter, as in like if you communicate with them properly over a long period of time, they probably align more with the Democratic Party. I really do think that like a lot of these issues that are like very divisive right now, it's like fake division. It's not real division, right? Like Trump has made immigration a very divisive issue. In reality, I think 70% of Americans agree if someone comes here illegally and commits a crime, deport them. If they come here undocumented and they're contributing to society, give them a pathway to citizenship, let people seek asylum, have an efficient system so people aren't waiting for years. I think like that's a very common sense issue. This idea that we have to like round people up and tear gas them and beat them up and kick them out immediately is like a very fringe opinion that Trump has popularized by acting like it's common sense. Only liberals hate Trump. Everyone else loves him. So please have respect for what the majority wants. This is MAGA math where 38% is the majority. No one likes Trump. His approval rating is atrocious. It's almost as bad as it was after January 6th. He's in the high 30s right now. He's underwater on immigration, on the economy, on foreign policy, on crime. I don't know what world you live. Oh my God. This is so unrelated. Does the new episode of Pluribus drop tonight? I need a pregame for that. I need to get some food. Does anyone here, I know this is like an extremely off topic, but this will determine whether I end my life. Does anyone here watch Pluribus, and if so, November 26th? Okay, that was a tangent. If you haven't watched that, by the way, oh my God, what an amazing show. It is on Fridays, but because it's Thanksgiving, they're releasing it early this week. It's either tonight or tomorrow morning. Maybe 3 a.m. I'm staying up for that shit. Oh my God. If anyone here, if there's one thing you take away from me, don't let it be universal health care. Don't let it be human rights. Watch Pluribus. It's so fucking... Dude, this last episode, I'm about to make a crazy statement, hot take, okay? And I'll stand by that. This last episode of Pluribus, episode 4, is top 5 best episodes of TV I've ever seen in my life. I really mean that. Anyone who watched episode 4 of Pluribus, that to me is peak television. The way it's filmed, the script, the little emotional like throwback sprinkled throughout, the imagery at the end, the way it cuts off. Oh my God. It's so good. David says, what's that? It's by the creator of Breaking Bad and Better Call Saul, but it's like a sci-fi show. It just started, and it's like every Friday they drop a new episode. They're on episode 4 right now. Episode 5 drops early tonight, I think, because of Thanksgiving. Watch it. It's in that like top tier of shows, which is like Breaking Bad, Ozark, Severance is in there for me, and Pluribus is in it too. That's like right now my like 4. Severance like isn't done yet, so I guess it could go really bad, but Severance is amazing. It is on Apple TV. You don't need Apple TV though. go to I'm gonna put you guys on cineby.gd, cineby.gd. Go on there, look up Pluribus. Make sure you have ad block on, otherwise you're gonna see some crazy shit when you click play. There you go. When I tell you I started watching this show, type that. There you go. There you go, everyone. I don't watch Stranger Things. All I watch is Smiling Friends and Pluribus right now. And then YouTube videos. I have never seen Stranger Things. I've never seen Game of Thrones. My best documentary? I'll explain what Pluribus is about first. It is a show you should go into blind, in my opinion. Just know it's like sci-fi-ish, and it's like a very psychological show. Like, it makes you question like a lot of macro questions about like, you know the meme, we live in a society. It's like that as a show. It makes you question like individual psychology, individualism versus collectivism, social norms, different cultures. What does freedom mean? Very big questions if you're interested in like politics and sociology. But Aiden, that's crazy. If you very interesting questions if you're into politics and sociology, and very well shot, amazing acting. Severance, also going blind. I can't stand when cartoons are ugly on purpose, like Smiling Friends. Yo. Smiling Friends slander is crazy. I'm not taking requests right now, guys. I'm wrapping up. Smiling Friends slander will not be tolerated. That's fucking crazy. Smiling Friends is so good. Oh my god. Documentary? Oh yeah. This isn't like the best documentary I've ever seen, but because this is like a political live, slept on documentary is the PBS Frontline documentary called Biden's Decision, I think it's called. It's so interesting. Good, not pretty. Smiling Friends animation style is super cool too. I like their animation style. People should watch that. Biden's Decision on PBS Frontline. Banger documentary. Like, it's kind of deep. It's kind of crazy. It goes over like Biden's like tragic past and like how he thinks. It also goes over why you should kind of be like, fuck Joe Biden a little bit, because it's like he had this tragic, difficult life. Everyone dies and like everyone gets cancer. It's like very sad. And his whole thing psychologically to cope with that is like, I went through all of this trauma because I'm meant to be president one day. I'm the chosen one. And it was that mindset that I guess kept him keeping at it and running over and over until he won. But it's that same mindset that prevented him from stepping down when he should step down. So it's a very interesting look into Biden's psychology. And it humanizes him, but also Zionist failed president until modern times. Isn't Biden's... Well, I don't understand what you're saying here. Biden's lack of decision, Zionist failed president until modern times. What do you mean? I think he failed in terms of his ties to Israel for sure. I think domestic economic policy was pretty good, but one of the biggest things that pisses me off about Biden is like he is so full of himself, which I guess you have to be to run for president. And, you know, Trump takes that to a different level, obviously. But anytime you're in public office and you think, like, I'm the chosen... And yes, if you're in the guest request, just sit tight. I will let you up before I hop off, okay? I can see you. Biden's, like, whole thing is, like, I'm the chosen one. Like, it's all leading up to this. Like, this is my moment. And it's like, when people in politics start acting like they're the main character of a movie, I guess sometimes it's fine. He was a totally mid-president. Here's the thing about Biden, man. Until the genocide started in Gaza, I was really defending him hard. But, man, it gets to a point. And he fucking botched that shit. He botched that shit. Now, was his domestic economic policy good? Yes. But even there, he sucked at marketing it. And the implementation was kind of mid, it seems like, with the approvals process for infrastructure. So, like... Would I vote for Biden over Trump or JD Vance? Yes, I'd vote for fucking Biden in a casket over those people. But we have to be real here, people who are on the left. I've been saying this. In the 2028 primary, there's going to be 2 sacrificial lambs. It's going to be Israel and Biden. Throw them under the bus. Stop trying to defend these things. The base does not like that for good reason, okay? Anyone who gets on that stage in 2028 and tries to defend Biden, I met with him and I think he was a tip-top shape, very smart man, 10,000 IQ, no decline at all. Yeah, no one believes you. No one likes that. Stop. You don't need to keep lying about Biden's cognitive state, okay? So if you want to win in 2028, it's very easy. Just say Biden should have resigned, should have never run for a second term, or should have never finished his first term, let alone run for a second one, and also Israel did genocide. Those I feel like are now non-negotiables for honest people on the left. I still see some Biden defenders, even on Twitter, like, we don't know what would have happened if Kamala never kicked him out, but Biden could have won, actually. People were loyal to Biden. If Biden stayed our nominee, Trump would have won New Jersey. He would have won Minnesota. He would have won Virginia. We had internal polling from Democrats showing this, that it was like a blowout if Biden stayed in. Biden was a well-ish intentioned guy who passed good domestic policy on economics and then was so ideologically enslaved to this liberal consensus idea of what Zionism is that he cut a blank check to Israel, thinking that, like, I'm standing up for the oppressed Jewish people or whatever. And it's like, dude, this isn't the Jewish people. This is Israel, a sovereign country with a military, and they're doing genocide. And people on your own team are telling you to stop giving them money. I mean, we have reporting now that Kamala Harris staffers and others in the Democratic Party were like, hey, man, we should maybe just, like, be a little bit more harsh towards Netanyahu. Like, don't just let him manipulate you so hard. And again, that's not to say that Biden wasn't better than Trump on this. I made the argument that if you care about Gaza, you should vote Democrat in the general because Trump is way, way, way worse. They couldn't even do an embargo. But Biden did this thing which I guess is better than what Trump is doing. The bar is in hell, where there were sanctions on West Bank settlers. Good stuff. Trump got rid of that. And I think he temporarily paused like one specific weapon shipment out of many, which I guess that's better than not pausing it. But, like, he really was not built to handle that situation. It was some mix of stupidity and cognitive decline and ideological subscription to Zionism. And I don't know how closely he was following the insane human rights abuses. Like, when I talk about what happens in Gaza, one thing I often bring up is, like, because when you talk about the death count, these people are like, well, the cost of war, I mourn them, but it had to happen. Like, these dumbass fucking arguments. And before I even go down that rabbit hole with them about cost of war, whatever the fuck that means, my first question is, like, in what way is it, like, self-defense or, like, militarily strategic for the IDF to send drones into refugee camps in Gaza? And on the drone, there's a speaker, and the speaker plays audio of babies crying and women screaming, help me, above the tents. And then the Palestinian people hear that, and they're like, what the fuck? Someone needs my help. And they run out of the tent to check, and then they get shot in the head, like, vertically. There are x-rays of the bullet entering, like, from the top down. They don't even know what's happening. They run out of their tent to save the crying baby or the screaming woman. They're like, what's going on here? Shot from the top of the head with a drone. Is this self-defense? Is this Israel's right to... What is this? This is like sick, sadistic, evil shit. This is malicious stuff. And my question is, like, did no one tell Biden this? No one's heard... Dude, even a lot of pro-Palestinian people don't know this. It's not just... It'd be bad enough if it was just what you hear in mainstream media, but, like, there's some really sadistic, weird shit, like, in... I'm forgetting the name of which hospital, but after they would capture certain hospitals, or when they would temporarily evacuate them to go in and look for Hamas or whatever, the IDF soldiers would sign their name on the wall of the hospital and take a selfie. Like, what is this? This is some weird, dark shit going on. This is not just like Israel was attacked, they must respond. It's a military. No. There's some weird, dark, evil shit happening here. Like some weird psychological revenge fantasy Israel's doing, or like, it's so clear what this was. And, well, I guess requests are blowing up all of a sudden. As I'm trying to wrap up. Oh God, do we continue debates a little bit? Our refuse to support a Democratic candidate takes money from right back. Yeah, I think I agree, but like, if it comes down to an AIPAC Democrat versus an AIPAC Republican, I'm voting AIPAC Democrat. I'm not. I hope no one's that far gone where they're just like, parties are the same. Oh Lord, the last thing you do to make me want to debate you is talk about philosophy, bro. Remember, anytime someone hops on here talking about premise 1, premise 2, like, bro, what are we doing? It hurts that Harris moved right on Israel and immigration. It held her back so bad. I think she moved right on immigration. I think that she just didn't talk much about Israel. I think she tried to play both sides on Israel, right? Where she'd be like, oh yes, it's horrible what's happening, but also like Israel has to do what they have to do. Like she was just kind of mealy-mouthed about it. Although we have reporting that in foreign policy deliberations, it was actually the Harris team and Harris who were pushing back against the Biden team a little bit in terms of like being the relatively more pro-Palestinian voice. What does that even mean? Who knows? But like, I think Harris would have been better than Biden on that issue. Hey, what's wrong with philosophy? My issue with philosophy is that it's all arbitrary as fuck, and 90% of it is a terminology game, and it's just useless. Someone's going to hop on here and say, in order to objectively ground your morality, you must come from a place of religion. Otherwise, morality is just preference. And I'm like, oh, you think your morality is objective? They're like, yes, because it comes from the Bible. And I'm like, okay, but aren't you just starting from the assumption that the Bible is true? Like, how is your objective morality any more sound than like an atheist morality? They just admit that they don't have some sort of like universal source of truth, and you pretend like you do. But like ultimately, philosophy and morality are just expressions of values. So even the idea of like objective morality is like a category error. Morality can't be objective. Morality is prescriptive. Oh God, this is so fucking annoying, bro. The entire time I'm trying to do debates, there's like one guy who won't say the N-word, and then one guy who doesn't know what he's talking about, and then the second I'm trying to hop off, 30 MAGA people hop in the requests. Just my luck. Okay. Okay, dude.
Hello?
How old are you?
Hello? 19, 2006. And I watched your Jubilee.
Which one?
And the one where you said like the niggers and the Jews, the niggers.
Yeah, see? Average Trump supporter, by the way. Average Trump supporter. Feast your eyes and your ears, right? And by the way, in a weird way, I don't want to say I love when they do this, but like, I love when they go mask off. Tell us what you really think. Say it. Say it. Everyone now knows you're a crazy person. Everyone now knows you're unhinged. Right? They come on here expecting me to start crying and stuff, like, how dare you say this? I just look at you like, oh, you're a fucking weirdo. Go and say this at Walmart, go and say this at a restaurant. Everyone's like, hey, man, get the fuck out. Who are you fucking loser? Like, this is why, in a weird way, the rise of this, like, far-right thing in the Republican Party is a gift to us in general elections, because they're so full of themselves. They think everyone loves my anti-Semitic agenda because Nick Fuentes got 1 million views on YouTube. Yeah. Get on a general election debate stage and say this stuff. Say it. Go ahead. Let's get a Nick Fuentes-backed Republican nominee. Make our day like, just to be clear, right? Like, if we had an election that was Nick Fuentes as the Republican candidate versus like the corpse of Joe Biden, on the other side, we would win like an FDR style victory, like a Reagan style victory. Rather far right than far gone, says the bot who's spamming, who's now blocked for spamming. It's all bot farms and incels, by the way. That's who that is. There are no normal, socially adjusted people who have, loving friend groups and communities, who are normal members of society, who are like dropping slurs in random debate chats. These are weird people who never show their face. This is what Elon Musk exposed when he revealed all the fucking, no, we're done. We're done with live debates for today. I don't know why I'm going to sit around and fucking yell at people for the next hour when I could go and grab some food right now and start pre-gaming for Pluribus episode 5, which I've been looking forward to. Excuse me. Palumbo? You be cooking? I do be cooking sometimes, but sometimes it's like I don't have the energy for it, Oh my god, bro. Fine. My life, your choice, I guess. Jesus Christ. How old are you?
21.
Are you here to say the N-word?
No. I'm actually here to debate.
What did you want to do?
Immigration.
Like, do you support the deportations?
Yeah, mass deportations, I support it.
Why? They're bad for the economy and they're also inhumane.
How?
How for which one?
Just because we're separating their families doesn't mean that they should be here illegally.
No, when we're going to
They broke-
immigration
they
court
broke
and
the-
we're ambushing asylum seekers who are documented, that's probably not great, right?
Yeah, but like, just think about it like this. I'm gonna give you an analogy, okay? Do you have a girlfriend? If your girlfriend was illegal,
Things, but okay, go ahead.
okay, if your girlfriend was illegal and she came in, and then there's a nigger,
Yeah. The crazy thing is, do you hear the pure childlike joy in his voice when he says the N-word? These people are such losers that like one of the peak moments of their life is like hopping on my live or Santana's live or Parker's live and just saying the N-word. They've peaked in life. They're like, oh my God, 100 people heard me say the N-word. This is the greatest day of my life. Talking about, bro doesn't even know what a girlfriend is. Giving me hypotheticals about girlfriends. Okay, bro. Yeah. I'm sure the ladies love you. I worked with Donald Rumsfeld? Who the fuck is this, bro? Why do you disagree with Mamdani's free grocery store plan and nothing about economics? Grocery stores have really small profit margins, like 1 to 3% usually. So the idea that there's like a huge issue with price gouging at grocery stores, I'm sure you can find me instances where that's true, but like on average, their profit margin is like 2%. And the other issue is like with publicly owned grocery stores is like they don't have the power to obtain wholesale prices, right? So like a lot of places like Walmart and Costco and like when they buy produce and groceries, they're buying in such bulk that they get much cheaper prices. Government-run grocery stores that have operated before, and I think Mamdani tried to address this by saying that all 5 boroughs are going to negotiate collectively, so that might be fine. But the issue is like your costs for operating are going to be higher in procuring goods. If 5 grocery stores and food deserts, I've read very conflicting information on the extent of food deserts in New York. I'm open to being corrected on this, but like every economic analysis I've seen on this just shows it's like not great. If he does it and it works, I'm not going to be like, I hate this, but it's just like when it's been tried before, unless it's like on a very, very small scale and like really propped up a lot, it's not really the best. I don't think it's super relevant because I don't think Mamdani is going to be able to do it, nor do I think it's a priority for him. I think Mamdani's made his priorities clear as being universal childcare and expanding housing supply, which is super based. I mean, could you ask for anything better? Oh my God. Is this guy also just gonna say the N-word? If we had Biden stores federally. Oh my god.
Hello?
Are you here to say the N-word?
I'm not.
How old are
So,
you?
yep. I'm 58.
You're lying.
I'm
He's lying, right? That was not a 50-year-old person. That was like a teenager doing a voice that didn't even sound like an old person. Oh my gosh, NFL in the chat. It was real? I'm sorry. That did not sound like a 58-year-old person. Okay, fine. Get back on the request. Fine. That really sounded like a teenager doing a voice. What's
Hello?
your birth year?
My birth year? Nigger, 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 nigger.
Yep. Yep. I have a sixth sense for this stuff. I know when it's a troll. I know when it's a racist. I told you guys. It's the last time I listened to my audience. I should never let this man back up. At least, you know what? At least now we know and he's blocked. At least now we know. Now we know. That's okay, guys. I'm just kidding. It's actually probably for the best because now he's blocked. He can't come back. Man, how many fucking weird. Being a Gen Z guy is it's blackpilling in the sense that, like, I look around. Who is this NFL NFL? I have a bone to pick with you. Why is your sport so damn boring? Yeah. Why do you suck compared to the UFC and boxing? That's right. I don't watch football. I don't even know how football works. All I watch is MMA and boxing. I don't want to see a bunch of people throwing a ball around, running around on some grass. What are the stakes there? Oh, the ball, he dropped it, he touched it, he picked up the ball. No, I want to see violence. State-sanctioned violence in a cage. NFL's better? Oh my gosh, man who I can't even tell who he is if it wasn't for the fucking name on his jersey, who looks like he's like 500 pounds. Look how fast he ran. Look at all the CTE he caught. At least if you get CTE from boxing, it's fucking cool. If you get CTE from football, it's because I guess you weren't looking where you were going. Or like someone tackled you. It's just like, if I'm going to get CTE, it should be from a head kick or a punch. Not a fucking football game. It's not a take, it's a fact. This isn't a take. I'm just speaking facts right now. I'm sorry. There's a reason that no one watches football outside the US. NFL's... I'd rather watch a FIFA game, dude. I'm sorry. I'd rather watch basketball. I'd rather watch soccer. Or I guess football if you're fucking European. But most of all, I'd rather watch... I'd rather watch the UFC. I'd rather watch boxing. And no, you can't join NFL. And I was saying earlier, by the way, the way to appeal to Gen Z men, as I've learned myself from doing this, is either listen to Playboi Carti, Lil Uzi, or Yeet, and watch either boxing or UFC. The cross-section of those two things is like 70% of Gen Z men. All we need is more political influencers on the left who watch UFC and they listen to like post 2017 rappers. That's the strategy. That fully works, by the way. And you're involved in sports betting. You're right. Yeet isn't even on the same planet as Carti. Yeet eclipses Carti. It's not even close. It's not even close. Carti doesn't even compare to Yeet. I'm sorry. I love Carti. Yeet is like eons, levels above Carti. So is Uzi, by the way. Uzi and Yeet are like the two best of that category. That's just a fact, okay? I don't make the rules here. I don't make the rules here. Okay? This right here and that right there, I'm sorry. Cardi doesn't have anything on that level. It's not a take, it's a fact. Okay. Die Lit is Cardi's worst album. Oh my god, I didn't know I had so many basic people that watch me. Oh my god. Die Lit is it's not a bad album, by the way. I like Die Lit. But Whole Lotta Red is better than Die Lit. Self-Titled is his best, by the way. If you don't think Self-Titled is his best, you're just wrong, objectively. Self-Titled is Cardi's best work. Whole Lotta Red is like second place. And then maybe Die Lit's better than Music. I don't know. But those are on the same level. But Cardi does not have a single album that is as good as 2093 or Dangerous Summer or Too Alive. Nothing at all. Cardi doesn't have a single album that compares to The Perfect Love Tape or Love is Rage 2. Like nothing. There's nothing there. Music is Cardi's worst by far? No, I think Music has higher highs, but Die Lit has a more consistent level of quality. Like the bad songs on Music are like, this is a fucking throwaway. The bad songs on Die Lit are like, this is still pretty good. But like K-pop, that's Cardi operating at his best. Pop Out, that's Cardi operating at his best. Change the background to debate me on Cardi and start the left-wing pipeline? Yo. I should start just doing lives where it's like me playing UFC 5 talking about like Gen Z culture. Okay. I talk rap. You need to change your name to I don't talk rap. Like you need to stop talking rap, because if you don't like Pop Out, then I can't take your opinion seriously on that genre of music. If your taste is not refined enough to like Pop Out and know it's one of the best songs on that album, by the way, then I don't know what to tell you. Pop Out is the synthesis of every thread explored on Whole Lotta Red, by the way. Okay. Stop Breathing, New Tank, On That Time, Rockstar Made. What do you get when you combine all of those and you synthesize them into a higher quality? You get Pop Out. Pop Out is like the logical conclusion of Whole Lotta Red, just so we're clear. Okay. Everything you are saying is foreign to me. I am old. Dude, can we talk about the video I posted that I got such mixed responses for? Let's close out the live with that, because what the fuck, bro? I found this crazy, bro. This showed to me the real age divide in my audience.
Everyone is missing the hidden clue in this short interaction between Trump and Mamdani. I have a PhD in body language analysis. I've been studying this for almost 5 decades now. So let's break this.
Did everyone hear what I just said there? Okay,
missing the hidden clue in this short interaction between Trump and Mamdani. I have a PhD in body language analysis. I've been studying this for almost 5 decades now. So let's break.
I put shitty text on my undergrad degree saying body language PhD, and I said I've been studying for 5 decades, and half of my comments are like, can you please give a disclaimer that this is fake? This is missing. Why would you make a video like this? People are going to believe it. Hello? I'm sorry. I'm not putting in disclaimers for people who see this face and say, yep, he's been studying for 5 decades. Hello? If you didn't understand this was a satire in the first 5 seconds, I'm sorry. I'm not catering to you. I'm sorry. And I like, if you watch me, like, I love you, appreciate you, all that stuff, but like, just keep scrolling, right? You're not the target demographic of this clearly was people under 25, because oh my god, on Instagram, the comments I got on Instagram were like you're I can't follow you anymore. This is like shameful. You've gone too far. Hello? God forbid. Like, what is this, bro? Let me read you some of these comments, dude. Bro, please don't make any more videos like this. People will take it seriously. The most liked comment. People will take it seriously? Okay. Who? This is like not funny, and actually a weird way to use your platform. First of all, if you don't find it funny, then clearly you're not the fucking target audience. And a weird way to use your... Why do you feel that... Someone said, why do you feel the need to fight with the people who agree with a lot of what you say? You are not funny or silly. 90% of your posts are serious. The fact that you reply to me with some stupid shit is wild. Sorry, this man wrote a whole paragraph going off. What is this, bro? Other people are in the comments saying, this guy's an insufferable take. Let's just watch this.
Everyone is missing the hidden clue in this short interaction between Trump and Mamdani. I have a PhD in body language analysis. I've been studying this for almost 5 decades now. So let's break this down and see what's actually happening here. Trump begins the interaction with a very subtle but telling move as he reaches out to tap the arm of Mamdani. Here he is seeking not only approval, but also warmth. For a man suffering from this stage of cognitive decline, he is behaving more akin to a toddler, asking a parent or an older sibling for attention. Almost immediately, you see Mamdani responding with the typical Marxist antisocial personality dark triad traits as he engages in blatant gaslighting of a senior citizen. He turns to look at Trump, taps him back on the shoulder, and even returns a smile, as if to confirm the shared sense of camaraderie which Trump was seeking from him. But this ends up being nothing more than a far-left hoax, as when he turns back around to the cameras, the smile immediately melts off of his face. For someone who is in a perpetual state of smiling, this is very telling, showing just how low the radical left is willing to stoop. Meanwhile, Trump is in a state that philosophers call heat. His smile is almost childlike in how purely full of joy it is, unadulterated by any complex thoughts or awareness of the situation he's in. As he looks around,
If you think this is a serious video,
this may perhaps be for someone of his cognitive capacity, the happiest moment he can remember.
I'm sorry. If you watch this and you see this outro with the fucking dancing letters for thanks for watching, I'm sorry. Like I can't assume that people are this, I don't want to say like like how do you not know this isn't serious? Like I don't understand. I really don't get it. I really don't get it. It's insane. It's insane to me. But hey, I mean, and the variety of responses. Dan comments, "You might just be the best political content creator on this app." And then other people are saying, "You've lost a follower." I'm hopping off, y'all. I'm hungry. I'm tired. And it's not even necessarily meant to be comedy. This all began from what was a real video idea, okay? I really wanted to make an unironic video where, like, you see Trump do a little tap on Mamdani, like, you and me, we're buddies, right? And Mamdani literally turns, smiles at him, turns away, immediately straight face. Like, it was so clear that Mamdani was faking and pretending being nice to Trump. Like, the smile melts off his face so quickly. But then I'm like, that's kind of crazy to make a whole video unironically analyzing like a 3-second clip. That's some CNN shit. Let's break it down. We have a body language expert with us. So I was like, you know what? Let me just embrace the stupidity of this concept and make it like ironic while still making an actual point. Which is that my actual point was that Mamdani here was smiling at Trump to goad him into a sense of security, and Trump is like giddy with joy about it, while Mamdani's clearly lying to him. The other show you mentioned after Pluribus, Severance. Severance, Smiling Friends, Pluribus, Breaking Bad, Ozark. These are my... Smiling Friends probably doesn't go in there. But my tier 1 of shows right now is Severance, Breaking Bad, Ozark. That's my S tier of shows. Severance is in there now. Pluribus is on track to be in there. It's on track. I'm telling you guys, Pluribus is... If you're not watching, watch it right now. Episode 4 of Pluribus is one of the best episodes of TV I've ever seen in my entire fucking life. Oh my god. I can't even begin to describe how good that was. And like... Okay, I'm going to stop yapping about this. Oh, here's my document for my Matt Nuclear debate. I was trying to write out all the points he was fucking gish galloping on, like super quickly with one hand, because I was holding my mic with the other hand. And in hindsight, I should have had like a notebook with a pencil to write down his points. Man, the worst thing to debate is a gish galloper, because they make like 5 points. Hold on. Don't play with me. Pluribus episode 5 dropped. Is this real? Because I'm out of here. Oh my god. Is it actually out? Can someone with Apple TV confirm? What is that show? The greatest show out right now? Running right now? Sports edits, just give it a second, dude. I'm awaiting confirmation. I'm not telling anyone what Pluribus is about because it's a show you need to go into blind. I went into it blind and that made the experience a million times better. Just go into it blind. The first episode will have you hooked. The premise is very interesting. Oh, whoa. It dropped? Is this real? Has anyone seen the video of Vivek Ramaswamy saying that school should run till 4 p.m. and run year round to make childcare cheaper? Apparently it's an AI video. Holy shit. That's actually crazy. I thought that was real. Hold on. It's over. Wait. Let's turn off my display capture real quick and open that up. And we're taking Tim Pool on this, but that's a fake Tim Pool tweet. It's not AI. Bro, I don't like this that we're debating if it's AI or not.
By making
Like, what's... Hold on. Well, let's just watch this.
make parenting more affordable by making school year-round and going till 4 o'clock instead of 3 o'clock so you don't have to pay for childcare.
Okay, it's a short clip of Vivek Ramaswamy, a politician, a man who's running for office, saying to make school year-round from 3 to 4, and it's AI.
There's a community note on it as well being AI.
The original audio has been replaced with fabricated audio falsely attributing statements about 4 p.m. to Vivek Ramaswamy. Here's the unaltered original video, if we can play it.
That bring down costs now, not in the distant future, but in the present. Bring down those electric bills by requiring AI data centers to pay for their own energy. Bring down housing costs by ending land use restrictions that stop new home construction.
Based. If we're getting a bipartisan consensus on YIMBY, there's hope for America. Oh my God.
And you know what? Slash property taxes while we're at it. And let's make healthcare affordable by topping up health savings accounts. More on that soon.
Cringe.
That's how we win this thing. Let's go get it done. Let's all.
Nowhere does he say this, but here's the thing. You have Dr. Amy Acton, Dr. Advocate.
That's crazy. That's actually really scary. Because I saw that video of Vivek and I thought it was real. That's really bad. Damn. That's like the type of thing that like would affect someone's vote too, I feel like. Jesus fuck. We're so cooked. Oh my God. Oh wow, yeah, we're actually really cooked. It doesn't matter who runs for president or if you can just make fake videos of people who are in politics, yeah, we're cooked. It's over, guys. It's over. Not America, like the human species, by the way. The human species is over. We're nearing extinction. I'm not even exaggerating now. I knew AI was gonna get. This is the first AI I've ever fallen for, by the way. That's why I'm like low-key tripping out right now. Because I've had like a very, very good eye for AI where I'm like, oh, this is like sus. This Vivek video, I really thought it was real. And I saw like other left-wing political creators like quote tweeting it with like criticism of him. And with the new Google image production thing, it's like Gemini. Have people seen the new Gemini images coming out? This is bad. Oh no. Oh, you're right. Amy Action is doubling down. This is like there is no solution to this. I hate to be a downer. I really try to be optimistic. There is no solution to this. People talk about we need some kind of governing body to label what's AI and what's not. Yeah, but half the country's not going to trust that governing body. Right. Like if AI experts start labeling, oh, this video actually isn't real. Yeah. Half of them are going to say you're lying. It is real or it isn't real. So this is like the breakdown of like epistemic truth, I guess. Like epistemic agreement rather. There's like no such thing as real anymore, which was already happening with the social media revolution with how we consume news. Now we have not just political commentators who can put spin on stuff, they can create fake news. Now I'm seeing that it's real. The fact that it is even under debate means we're cooked. From what I can see, it seems pretty set in stone that it's AI. The person who posted it is denying it. Man, that's really bad. That's really, because even if this, by the way, is not AI, the fact that it's like causing confusion, yeah, that's really bad. Oh wow. And that's one of those things where it's like, there's no way to regulate that. It's real, but is the part about year-round school real? And from 4 p.m.? It's edited out of the actual video, I'm pretty sure. The fact that the issue is, even if that's a real video, the fact that that just made me like crash out for a few minutes about it potentially being AI is like, that's the problem. The fact that there's like a not crazy argument to be made about any video that this could be AI and that you have to go on a wild goose chase to see if it's real. How do you put that cat back in the bag? What is this? Like Pandora's box has been opened. Like we're cooked. I've like never heard any good response to AI generative content. So like, to me now the question is not, is this video real? It's the fact that this controversy exists around the video. And I don't even know what to believe it. We're so cooked, bro. You know what's going to happen with our luck? You know what's going to happen? Someone's going to post like an AI recording of Trump on like a hidden camera or like leaked audio admitting something about the Epstein files. Someone's going to cover it like it's real. And then it's going to come out that it's AI. And then MAGA's going to be like, see, fake news, back at it again. You can never trust anything the left says. Or vice versa. Or vice versa. Clip of Obama comes out. Yeah, I support Hamas, actually. I'm Obama. I'm evil. And it sounds real, and Fox News reports on it. AI regulation can't do shit here. There is no such thing as regulation for generative AI in terms of videos and pictures. There's no such thing. Because the technical expertise you need to break down what's AI generated is not held by the average person, and they will pick and choose what counts as real to them based on what fits with their worldview. Is Cenk a left? Cenk is fucking crazy is what he is. We're so cooked. Oh my God. This is going to call court decisions into question. He was convicted on an AI video. The judge didn't admit it, though. Mandatory watermarks don't do anything. People can remove Thora watermarks. They can get around these... Dude, oh my God. The thing with AI... Thank you, Melina, for the budding heart. The issue with AI is there's no way to regulate generative AI. It's not possible. Even when... Like, dude, if you ask ChatGPT, give me a step-by-step plan to build like a chemical weapon using what I found in my garage in Home Depot, ChatGPT will say, I can't do that. Not because ChatGPT is unable to do that, but because it's been trained to say, I can't do that when you give it that prompt. But if you prompt engineer well enough and you manage to trick the AI, you can get that from the AI, by the way. AI regulations are never like we're walling off knowledge from the AI. It's that we're walling off certain pathways in terms of prompt leading you to an answer. And it doesn't matter if we ban AI. China's doing it. The cat's out of the... Like, the thing with AI is like all it takes is one company or one country doing it. And then it's over. It's cooked. It doesn't matter what we do. This is like extinction level event, guys. And you know what? When the extinction level event comes and it's actually over and we're actually cooked, get some food, get geeked, just get something nice on the TV and just check out. As someone who preaches religiously political involvement and engagement and pay attention, we're approaching a point, we're not there yet. Keep, fight, but we're approaching a point where it's like, yo, AI is just, economy doesn't work anymore, politics doesn't work anymore, society doesn't work anymore. We have to go back to like living in small tribes of 20 people. We can only verify things. Matt took down Mamdani bad. Oh my God. How do you guys think Matt felt when he watched Trump glazing Mamdani? Oh my God. Trump was echoing what I said. Mamdani's a very reasonable guy. He wants to build more houses. And Matt was like, no, communist jihadist. Well, Matt, turns out your dad agrees with me, actually. Oh my. Let me paint a picture of the future we're headed towards. You can no longer trust anything you ever see on the internet. At all. Because even mainstream media has started falling for AI videos and pictures. So now, we've regressed where you can only believe things you see with your own eyes. At the same time, jobs start getting automated away. Pricing becomes dynamic. We now have dynamic pricing where the market mechanisms stop working. Everyone is charged a different price for the same good based on algorithms that analyze their buying habits and their fucking track their eyes and shit and their browsing history. Yeah, this is you know what's so funny? This was my like niche when I started doing content on TikTok and no one cared. It's like I went into contemporary politics. My big niche, if anyone's like a real day one viewer of me, which like there's no one, when I really got involved in posting stuff online before I started blowing up and doing Jubilee, all of it was about like AI and technology are going to destroy everything and everyone and we're cooked. That was like all I talked about. Is like nothing is going to work if AI progresses at this rate. Markets stop working, political systems stop working, dissemination of information stops working. It all just breaks down completely. There's no such thing as ground truth. Thoughts on the Phillips curve? I mean, it seems like it's been called into question a little bit how accurate the Phillips curve is in terms of predicting the relationship there, because I've seen analyses that actually it's not as cut and dry as the economics textbooks make it out to seem. I think there's some validity there, but I think it's probably not as strict as some people pretend like it is. I don't know. Buy a farm somewhere? Yeah, that's what I'm saying, bro. Like, I'm going to do this as a career, hopefully. But if it gets to a point where there's no point anymore, all I need, man, is like a wife, kids, home in the mountains somewhere with good Wi-Fi so I can play UFC and watch YouTube. And y'all have fun. How do you address this? Can someone please give me something? Like, how do you address generative AI? How do you, there's nothing you can do. There's nothing. This is what happens, by the way. I've been saying this. This is the issue with technology. There's a saying that is one of my favorite sayings. It's we have what is it? We have prehistoric biology, medieval institutions, and godlike technology. That just so perfectly encompasses all of our issues, right? Like, the way we're evolved to like be super sensitive to fear is why fascism works. The way we're evolved to seek out foods that taste really good is why we have like a lot of obesity. The way we're evolved to like look for negativity in things to be safe is why we have a mental health crisis. The way our institutions are just like medieval in their structure and scale is why Trump's able to get away with what he's doing. And we have at the same time literal godlike technology that is just not. We haven't even adjusted to smartphones yet, dude. Let alone social media, let alone AI. We haven't even done the first thing yet. We still don't know how to use fucking Twitter in a healthy way. It's actually over. Oh my God. Wow. That's actually so crazy. I've really tried to do the copium with AI. Like, oh, it's gonna figure something that, wow, it's really bad. Wow. Wow. We're cooked. We're cooked. We're actually cooked. I'm really trying to think of a silver lining to end this off on. This is the type of thing that like destroys a species. Not just a country, not just like species. Like there's no way you address this that works. I guess let's stop using the internet. Let's go back to like sending each other pigeons and shit. I don't know. Wow. I feel like I'm normally really good at coming up with like a silver lining to end off my lives, but I'm really struggling with this one. You know what it might be? Maybe we're just not evolved to live in communities bigger than like 25 people. I've heard people make this argument that like the second we started doing nation states and empires, we were cooked from the beginning because we're just not evolved to handle that. We just all need our tribes, I guess. As a progressive, I want multiracial, diverse tribes of 10 to 20 people each. Because, is it 150? Is that the number? I guess we could have like public forums where like the news is given to us by people in person at like a podium somewhere. This is what happens when we... Wow. Watch Pluribus. Pluribus covers questions like this, by the way. Who's your favorite Discord server member? Me, obviously. Stupid question. No, I'm kidding. I love everyone equally on my Discord, okay? Thoughts on degrowth? I don't know, dude. I don't like the idea of degrowth, but man, how does our economy continue to function if like wow, yeah, I'm really trying right now. I'm really trying. Would Josh Shapiro lose? Man, if Josh Shapiro was just not so Zionist, I would be his #1 champion because he's so good at domestic governance. Oh my God. He's amazing at domestic governance. Just say the G word, bro, and I got you. I'll vote for just... Why can't... This is my thing with some of these Democrats. It's like, why are you still fighting so hard to not call it a genocide? No, nothing's going to happen to you. Just say it. Just admit it, please. You don't need to do this, bro. No. He's Jewish is not a problem. That's crazy. I don't care that he's Jewish. I hear that he's unwilling to call what happened in Gaza a genocide. Who would you rather, AI apocalypse or AI apocalypse, obviously, for sure. Wow. I don't even think Star Trek, like, how do you have a globalized society or any society that relies on the internet for communication when there's this kind of generative AI? How can you trust anything? Dude, you could start, this is probably already happening. You could send some old person an AI video of their son or their like grandson saying, "Hey grandma, can you wire $25,000 to this routing and account number, please?" From like hey grandma, new number, actually. Here's my new number. Here's a video of me asking you for some money. It's me. How do you address that? With AI voice? What the fuck? Someone could call you and be like, "Hey, it's me, your mom, your sister, your dad, your friend. I need your help." And it's fucking 11 Labs. What the fuck? My lighting rig has gone flaccid for some reason. We're gonna have to end the live. It just randomly started drooping down. Wow, we're cooked, everyone. We're cooked. We could use that evil tool for good. We could. I don't trust human beings to do that. For me, it's the AI video thing. That's so fucked. Oh my god. And dude, with the Apple Vision Pro, it like tracks your iris movement. These companies, first of all, are literally collecting as much data about us as possible to develop algorithms to predict our behavior. Once a company can predict your demand function, markets don't work. Like, the entire profession of economics has to end. Markets don't work when producers can target individual consumers and have dynamic pricing. That just does not work. There's no more consumer surplus in that market. There is no more market anymore. If I walk into Walmart and Walmart knows I need toilet paper, they charge me $5 for it. Someone else walks in, they don't really need toilet paper, but they might get it if it's cheap. For them, it's $1. Markets stop working. Everyone gets fucking squeezed dry by these companies. Capitalism stops working fully. Markets stop working fully. And then government can't do anything because, is this video of the president even real? Or is this just like an AI video? Tanner, you're late. AI broke me. Trump is, I don't think he's capable of breaking anyone. I know he broke the hearts of his fans when he started kissing Mamdani's ass. Nucleotide broke us all. True. I came up with a nickname for Matt that sounds problematic on first hear, but it's not problematic. So I want everyone to trust me that what I'm about to say is not a slur. I promise. Okay? It's not what it might sound like, okay? The name I came up with for him is Matt Nucleotard. I want to be clear. When I say nucleotard, it's because he said he used to wrestle, and wrestlers wear leotards, correct? Am I wrong here? He said in our debate, I used to wrestle. Specifically, he said, I'm so masculine, I used to wrestle in high school. Wrestlers wear leotards, correct? Am I crazy here? I just want to clarify, like, what my nickname for him is, okay? I don't want any confusion here. Matt Nucleotard. It works. It works. Okay? Because he wears a leotard. That's why, obviously. You're right, but you shouldn't say it. I don't buy that. I'm not going to stop myself from saying the word like leotard because it ends with tard. I can't. I can't go that far, okay? I'm sorry. Maybe I shouldn't say it. It works so well for me. It works so well because this big thing in our debate at the end, someone in the chat said you're not masculine, and he was like, I'm actually very masculine. I used to wrestle in high school. Comedy's legal now. You're fine. Bro, this is a leotard. Come on. Matt Nucleotard. I'm sorry. I can't. I just. It's so good. It just fits so well. It's Matt Nucleotide is like, I guess it's funny because it's like a scientific term. Singlet is another word for it. Leotard is another word for it, which is a word that's okay to say, and that's the word that I'm saying here. I'm not saying anything else. I want that to be clear. And the funny thing about it is Matt probably thinks I am saying something else when I say that, and he's gonna be triggered by it. So it's perfect. I get across the effect in terms of insulting Matt of using a word that I would never, I'm not a mean person, but I'm not even saying that. I'm just saying you wear a leotard. Come on. I'm just yapping at this point. Thank you guys for watching. I think we're wrapping up for today. Nuclear crap, nuclear garbage. They don't have that same snap to them. I don't know. Am I wrong that Matt Nucleotard just has a certain? It just sounds like it fits. It just works. It's one of those nicknames that just works so well. I think it's honestly A1. I think that's like Sleepy Joe level nickname. If I'm being honest. Matt Unclear. That's pretty good actually. I like that. Matt Unclear. Because you're switching the U in the end. That's pretty good. Matt Unclear. But something about Matt Nucleotard is just so. It feels right. I don't know. It just makes sense to me. For anyone who wasn't here 30 seconds ago, again, I just want to be clear. When I say Matt Nucleotard, I'm saying leotard, like what wrestlers wear. Leotard. Okay. That's the thing with it also. I have to give like a million disclaimers every time I use that nickname. Oh, okay. Okay. Thank you guys for watching today. I think we're done with the live. I'm going to go get food. If we hit 50k likes. Matt New Leotard. Yes, we have to type it out. The problem is you can't say it without giving the context. I can give the context. The thing is, like, it's like a little bit of like a fake out. You hear me say Matt Nucleotard, you're like, whoa. And then I'm like, leotard. And you're like, oh, okay. So it's like it has the punch, but there's no actual substance behind the punch. So it's like it accomplishes two things in a way. Nucleotard. Okay, I'm really yapping now. Thank you guys for watching. Let's end the YouTube live first.